There is nothing. Only warm primordial blackness. Your conscious ferments in it. No larger than a single grain of malt. You don't have to do anything anymore. Ever. Never. Never, ever, ever, baby. An inordinate amount of time passes. It is utterly void of struggle. No ex-wives are contained within it. You got it, sweet brother. Nothing upon nothing upon nothing. Coming right up, sir. Smooth passage. All right. Nothing down to fuck all borough. Not you. Your days of giving a shit and being that type of animal are over. The song of death is sweet and then, like a fly to the ointment, your conscience sticks to it. The limbed and headed machine of pain and undignified suffering is firing up again.
You can take it. You're a champion.
The stench of liquor rises from your mouth, and with it, an ungodly headache. A fiery streak penetrates your skull, trying to force your eyes open. It's a sound, a clarion call from hell.
Somehow, you know what it is. A caprice can make a motor carriage. You hear a jingle. Keys are clinking in the pocket of your flare-cut pants. It says, whirling in rags, on the aluminium keyring. This fan has two chain pull switches. One ends in a tiny fan, the other in a light bulb. A truly horrific necktie is somehow attached, or has it been consigned there as punishment? You feel as though this creature is your friend and wants to reattach itself to your neck so that you may continue your adventures together in this strange world. You swoop up and catch the tie. Snap. It's released from the blade. What you have in your hand is a fantastically colorful tie. If it's your friend, why was it up there? Who ties their friend to a ceiling fan? An ominous, foreboding feeling fills you as you look at the tie. A mirror hangs above a bent and broken sink. In a fierce discharge of masculine energy, someone has ripped half the faucet off. Hot water sprays from the base and steam covers the mirror. You cannot see yourself, just the outline of a man. Suddenly, you realize you have no memory of the face that awaits you there, underneath the soft vapor. As you slowly abort, you clearly have not thought this through. You won't like what you see there, and you will never unbecome it. Behold, you have no idea who this thing is, do you? It appears you're also dead. There's clearly rigor mortis on your face. Or wait, is that an expression? Are you trying to make an expression with that face? Why? Please stop. It's horrible. You're scaring yourself. You can't, can you? It's like it's not even voluntary. What does it even mean? What is the emotion you're trying to convey? You should check yourself for a pulse, superstar. From here it looks like a cadaverous spasm. You find no sign of life on your swollen neck. However, putting your hand on your chest reveals an irregular heartbeat. You appear to be alive, for now. It belongs in the new, the third decade of the current century. Enough time had passed from the failure of the revolution that, for a fleeting moment, free market economy seemed like the ultimate. Things were good. It was smooth sailing. People made gold and champagne-tinted interiors, and for Revachol, your city, that meant only one thing: Guillaume le Million. If it doesn't rhyme, you're not pronouncing it right. Out of the dazzling swirl of disco music, in an open-air boîte de nuit, somewhere in Revachol West, Guillaume's blonde mane appeared on the screen. He sang some bullshit. Then he made the expression. The click is used to spur on a horse. It also features heavily in Guillaume le Million's regional mega hit, Don't Worry, Your Pretty Little Head. Everyone loved it. Maybe you thought some of the stardust would rub off on you? Maybe some 20-odd years. There is a vast ocean of time between right now and the expression. Looking good on you, or anyone. Humanity has run aground in that time. You have some understanding of the near history of disco. The rest is darkness. Aside from the useless fact that the motor carriage outside, it doesn't have to be. You can swoon over Guillaume and his champagne-corked smile whenever you want to. Maybe some of the stardust will return. It's too late. Like an image on film. The expression belongs to your primary motor cortex. It would take a minor neurological miracle for A mirror hangs on the bottom. The window stands broken in its frame. Cold wind blows in. The shards face outward. Whatever broke this window came from the inside. A fine web of scarring covers the back of your right hand, but none of it is recent. More likely a projectile than a held object. There are no fragments on the floor from pulling a tool back in after impact. It is too large for a bullet, yet too small for a piece of furniture. The single green shoe you found fits the hole almost as well as your foot. It would have also been heavy enough if, congratulations, you smashed the window with your own shoe. Now you only have one. If you're lucky, you could still find the other one on the balcony outside. The door to it should be outside your room. You mean someone else took your shoe off and smashed the window with it? A cool wind gushes in. Your toes curl up from the cold. The fan is spinning. The blades come squeaking to a halt. A terrible mistake. Turn the lights off immediately. You can practically feel the photons burning a hole in your brain. Your eyes burn with photosensitivity. It's not good. The lights are... The switch must be broken because nothing happens. There they both are. Two identical shoes, both copious like two baby crocodiles. Good, they're balanced, comfy. Feels like the only good thing about you right now.
Hello, officer.
The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips.
No.
There's only one solution to this. You're a businessman.
Because you're a police officer, sir. I am, yes. Unless you've been feeding us a set of very well-rehearsed lies all this time. You've been here for 3 days, on official police business, no less. Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
The words have already left your mouth.
What was that? That's not even how words are used. No. Come on, man. Freddy, goddamn right you did. You
The fan is spin. A terrible mistake. The lights are. The window stands bright. The morning light hurts your. The morning light. There they both are. Two babe. Good. They're balanced. Comfy. The young woman raises a... There's only one solution to this.
Because you're a police officer, sir. I am, yes. Unless you've been feeding us a set of very well-rehearsed lies all this time. You've been here for 3 days. On official police business, no less. Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking. Don't be so harsh on yourself. They let almost anyone be a police officer.
A glib remark. Don't let it stand. Assert yourself. Retreat is not a winning tactic. The words have already left you.
Come on, man. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt your feelings.
She looks back at you.
Goodbye.
The young woman raises a cigarette.
No.
There's only one solution to this. You're a businessman.
Because you're a police officer, sir. I am, yes. Unless you've been feeding us a set of very well-rehearsed lies all this time. You've been here for 3 days on official police business. Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
The words of already. The young woman raises a cigarette to her lips. There's only one solution.
Because you're a I am, yeah. You've been here. Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking. Could it be because of the drinking?
The words of already. The young woman raises. There's only one solution.
Because you're a I am. You've been here. Couldn't say. In truth.
The words of already. The young woman raises a cigarette to.
No.
There's only one solution.
Because you're a I am, yeah. You've been here. Couldn't say. In
The words have already left your mouth. The young woman raised. There's only one.
Because you're a I am, yes. You've been here. Couldn't say. In truth.
The words have already left your mouth. The young woman raises. There's.
Because you're a I am. You've been here. Couldn't say. In truth, so far, mostly drinking.
The words have already left your mouth. There's only one solution to this. You're a businessman. The young woman, officer, could be an artistic statement. You're already prone to those.
No. You're a police officer. So I am, yeah. You've been here for 3 days. Couldn't say. In truth, so far.
The words have already left your mouth. The young woman. There's only one.
Because you're a I am, yeah. You've been here. Couldn't say.
Try the expression. Come on. Why are you still doing this?
Alcohol raises testosterone levels, especially in men. The levels remain elevated after inebriation ends and the pain begins. You seek comfort. It's only natural.
She puts out her cigarette. She looks back at you, a light glinting off her eyes.
And now, it never stops. Goodbye.
The door is closed. This door can only be opened with a key or from the... There is no answer. You hear the shower being turned on. Somewhere inside. A tremendous loneliness comes over you. Everybody in the world is doing something without you. The door is closed. Still no answer. You should totally sing karaoke here, the first chance you get. Your emotions need to be expressed. People need to know you're vast, utterly, and it needs to be heard. Through a PA system, by other people. Who is mistakenly identified as a cop for his prominent jawline? Yes, sounds likely. You should probably go on stage and pose for a moment when you're done with it. You have not yet stumbled on the right lamentation, but it's out there. It'll come to you. You will wreak havoc with it. Don't worry. Serves them right. You have to find something tragic to sing first, though. You have not yet stumbled. No. Don't. You have to find something tragic to sing. A man in his late 20s stands behind. That was disdain in his eyes. Even now he is purposely ignoring you. Looks like he's not a fan.
No, I'm not the bartender. I'm the cafeteria manager. I have 3 cafeterias to manage. 3. Sylvie tends the bar here, not me. I'm only standing in. She just, you know...
His eyes dart from left to right. This man isn't lying, but he is high.
So now you're a cop. Oh, forget it. Oh no, you're a hero. A real hero.
Could the massive property damage upstairs have anything to do with this?
Yes, you are. What did you not do? First you took the body down, then you solved the murder, then you didn't trash my hostel room. Maybe you even negotiated the strike. You're right, you didn't, and it's only taken you 3 days not to. No, I haven't seen you around. I'm not always here.
A competent work of taxidermy. The white and brown seabird lies among piles of... Looks like the bird was ripped off the shield that was used to mount it, most likely on a wall. This is the great skua. The seabird is the symbol for the discovery of the Insulindian Isola, the part of the world. Something about it makes you feel bitter.
Look, your buddy is over. Why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
He pretends not to hear you, concentrating on the looks like the... This is the... Something about it makes you feel bitter.
Look, why don't you go...
He pretends not to hear...
No, I'm not... That period of my life is over. Mm-hmm.
Looks like this is the... Something about it makes you...
Look, why don't you go and talk to him?
He pretends not... On the counter, roll.
Hello, sweetie. You shouldn't keep...
A bespectacled man, as you approach. If an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way to save you. You are sure of this. But why?
Hello, I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57. You must be from the 41st.
You realize he's waiting for your name. This is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Get creative. Conceptualize. Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau. You should totally sing karaoke. Exactly. It's through a PA by other people. Who is mistakenly identified as a cop for his prominence? You have not yet stumbled on the right lamentation, but it's out there. Serves them right. You have to find something tragic to sing for. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. man in his late 20s stands behind the counter, inspecting a stuffed seabird. As you approach, he gives you a sideways glance, then looks down again. That was disdain in his eyes.
No, I'm not the... I have 3 cafeterias to... She just... you know...
His eyes dart from left to right.
So now you're a cop. Oh, forget it. Oh, no.
Could the massive property damage upstairs?
Yes, you are. What did you not do? Oh, it's not? You're right. It's not.
He has no looks like this is the great something about it makes you...
Look, you're... But why don't you go and talk to him, okay?
He pretends not to hear you. The man plucked a looks like this is the something about it.
Look, why don't you go...
He pretends not to looks like this is the something about...
Look, why don't you go and talk to him?
He pretends...
Oh, yes, you are. Or what did you not do? First, you took the body down. No, you see, actually, no, I haven't seen you...
That sugary black rum stain on the counter makes you teary-eyed with joy. It's almost touching how syrupy and sticky it is. How long have you been up already? Sweet Lord, a whole hour. And you haven't thought about rum and lemonade in all that time? You've truly extinguished all trace of yourself. Maybe you haven't turned out well for your drinking. Have you thought about that? What happened, man? You used to be cool. Get your drink on and your act.
Hello, sweetie. You shouldn't keep your colleague waiting.
A bespectacled man in an orange bomber jacket is tapping his foot on the floor. Looks like he's waiting for someone. As you approach, if an assault were launched on this building right now, if the windows came crashing down and the whole world descended upon you, this man would hurl himself in death's way to save you. You are sure of this, but why?
Hello, I'm Kim Kitsuragi, Lieutenant, Precinct 57.
You realize he's waiting for your name. This is your chance to come up with a really good name for yourself. Concentration makes you squint your eyes. Your name should be deep gold and orange, like a forest fire looming on the horizon, but mixed with the stench of liquor rising from your breath. You're 2 steps closer to it, but there are still many to go.
Okay then. It looks like we had a little scheduling error on Sunday. Saturday too, actually. Have you had time to talk to the manager here?
What he means is, he has been trying to meet up with you for 2 days, but you have been otherwise occupied.
If you don't mind, we should talk to him again. Ask him for a rundown of the area, now that I'm here as well. I understand the scene is out back. It also wouldn't hurt to assure him the police are finally here. In full force, I mean. Have you mapped out the initial interviews? Right. And the interviews? Good. But even if you haven't, we'll have time for that after we take a look at the coroner's case. Have you removed the dead body from the tree? Sure. But did you take it down from the tree? Mm-hmm. Does that mean the body is no longer in the tree? So, the body is still in the tree.
This is the first time you detect a weariness in the lieutenant's voice.
Where it has been hanging for 7 days straight. We should go there as soon as we are done talking to the owner. I was sent here to meet a detective from Precinct 41. I suppose you could be impersonating him. You could have gotten the insignia from the black market or forged it. But for now, I'm going to set those possibilities aside.
Inspectorate General means internal affairs. What he's saying is he's not from the rat squad and isn't supposed to suspect such things.
No need for derogatory terms. They're only doing their job. Yes. They're not just white rectangles. They bear a halogen watermark with the letters RCM and a pattern resembling the street. I would ask you to step into the headlights of my motor carriage. But again, it's none of my concern. You mean you don't have a badge? Losing your identification card is a serious matter. My vehicle has a shortwave. You can use it to report your badge missing. I would advise you to locate it as quickly as possible. But getting the body down should still take precedence. We all feel that way sometimes. There is no such thing as a but first, we have to take it down. I can see you drank last night and the night before, and that you are still drunk now. But if you need something for your headache, there is a general store nearby. Talk to the manager. Then we go after you, officer.
Lieutenant Kitsuragi is now in your party. You can talk to him.
Yes? Excuse me? You have a distinctive way of walking. If I were to walk in front of you, I hope you don't take this the wrong way. It's just a collegial observation. In the 57th, we call it the Jamrock Shuffle. Officers from Jamrock's 45. They say it's a scene-clearing technique developed by one of your lieutenants for gathering evidence. It's erratic yet thorough. Prioritizes containers. I'm sure you don't. It's just a stupid
Passing along frivolous interdepartmental stereotypes is not usually his oeuvre. He regrets bringing it up.
Yes? Me? I don't see how my life is pertinent to the investigation. If you insist. What do you want to know? That's because I'm half Seolite, or quarter. My father's father was from Seoul. It's a part of the world, officer. A geopolitical entity.
Seoul is a protectionist, isolationist, pan-Isolari state west of the Insulindian Isola. Actually, it's...
You're barking at the wrong tree. I don't speak a word of Seolite.
He's glad to have shut down your question.
No.
The lieutenant nods.
What do you mean? I have no idea what...
The lieutenant's conceptualization skills must be rather rudimentary. The lieutenant is a police officer of the... But this isn't an old school case.
So what? That makes you the new school? God spare us. For real detective work, nothing...
The lieutenant produces... That's where his... We all have our different mediums.
That's correct.
You feel a slight urge to put the lieutenant down for this. but you can't quite muster enough testosterone.
Are they? They are mostly just cumbersome.
You could use a good, normal pair yourself.
Good. Let's change the subject.
No response. He's having trouble processing it, believing it even.
Have you tried concentrating on something other than your personal affairs?
There is a sudden, harsh edge to his voice, like he's tired.
Not a fan. It's
The RCM deploys a self-start.
fine. We should get through this day first. Off hours begin at 9 p.m. If you're still having trouble then, I can give you an orientation. Really? You look fine to me. This psychodrama is unbecoming of an officer. Then you should consider seeking medical attention. You can use the radio in my kinema to call your station's Lazareth. What do you want to know? I'm afraid you and I are pawns in a pissing competition.
His disdain is clear. This man would not use such an expression of.
You don't know? I assumed you were in on it. It's just stupidity. We shouldn't waste any more time on it. If you want my take, ask me after. Later. Was there anything else you wanted to know about the... No, it's not a particularly mysterious. The deceased is a security guard for a corporation involved in a labor dispute. It doesn't take a DeLorean polymath to put the pieces together. I just don't see the case getting more mysterious than that. Then you are in luck, because we are in the midst of a major strike.
Is this a strike then? Or the
I expect the case itself to be less challenging than navigating these community matters. This district isn't used to strike, coup, revolution.
You feel something rising through you, a familiar feeling, an opinion taking form.
When I said we have to navigate community matters, I did not mean we have any say in them. I meant we should be careful. If we are not, the shit will blow right in our...
From an imaginary fan.
Now, was there anything else you wanted to know about the case? Maybe you can tell me what you do know to help me narrow. Do you want me to brief you? 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies Desk received a report about a security guard who was found hanged in Martinez. An anonymous caller said there was a dead body behind the Whirling in Rags hostel cafeteria. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The caller did not identify him, but used the word lynching. There is an ongoing labor dispute between the local dock workers and the logistics company Wild Pines, a security guard or worker of some sort hired by Wild Pines. This was just hearsay from Martinez, of course. We need to find out to find him or her is one of our tasks here. There's a strong prejudice against involving the RCM in what's seen as union matters. The dock workers' union is the de facto police in Martinez. Now it appears they've started executing too. We cannot allow that. That's us, the Revachol Citizens Militia. We're the police in this city.
The RCM, or the Revachol Citizen Militia, is the police force you and him are part of. A self-organized peace corps of the occupied city of Revachol. The RCM operates within...
That's right. You mean like a brief? There's no reason to wing anything. 3 days ago, the RCM Emergencies. During that time, the victim had been stripped of his belongings. The color didn't. Okay then. Was there any. Good. What do you want to know? Good.
Hello, sweetie.
Wait, who's Sweetie?
Why, you are, officer. And have you found anyone to be sweet to? You rascal. I'm too old for you, and too married besides.
Your advances haven't thrown her off one bit. In another place and time, she would have probably welcomed your attention.
You must forgive me. I'm getting so scatterbrained. I completely forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lena. My husband Morel and I are staying with our friend Gary just down the street, but I come here for tea when they're away.
This Lena is wacky enough for the motley crew. Hire her on the spot.
Yes, dear.
A paraplegic is someone with limited or no ability to use the lower half of their body. Paraplegia is caused by spinal cord injuries, like falling from a great height, or a grenade explosion.
No, dear. I'm not quite that old, although I was injured in the line of duty. Nothing so glamorous, dear. Though when I was young, I dreamt of planting the Revacholian flag on some figurative peak. I was a training and development manager at a rapidly expanding. You'd think it would be a safe job, but I had to be everywhere. I was lucky. This was almost 20 years ago, and I was compensated exceptionally well. One can only dream of such payoffs nowadays. That's quite all right. I'm used to people asking questions. I know they're thinking about...
There is no bitterness in her voice. She accepted the curiosity her condition inspires a long time ago.
Whatever do you mean? Sequence killers? Oh my.
A partner who needs you to help him get a corpse down from a tree. I can assure you with absolute certainty, there are...
Now, gentlemen, no need to squabble. Thank you, but Martinez isn't the most wheelchair-accessible place. Perhaps another time. Yes, officer. You look rather dazed. Like a stunned fox. But surely things can't be that bad. Oh my. You know where we are, right? That's right. And where is the Whirling in Rags cafeteria itself located? Yes, indeed. We are in the fine city of Revachol. The new disco dancing. It seems like a lifetime ago. Much has changed, but it is still the most beautiful city in the world. A rare jewel set in the sand between the pines. Everyone says so, even foreigners. Speaking of history, you know what year it is, yes? That's right, dear. How splendid. Here, take this pen. Knowledge should always be rewarded.
Her relief is palpable. She was getting pretty worried about you there, but now she relaxes her.
I can tell that this is taxing for you, so I'll just ask one more question. What regime are we living under? What mode of government? Nope, sadly not. Revachol is what's called a zone of control, under an alliance of foreign powers called the Coalition. We have no government of our own, and what democracy we have is market-driven.
Meaning, buying is voting.
Oh dear. And you were doing so well. There aren't any cops, but we should stop for today, sweetie. You look like you need a break.
She's scared now. She's realized you really are brain damaged.
A defeat, I'm afraid. The people of this archipelago tried to build something new, something different. The rest of the world didn't like it, so they came and ended it. It has something to do with everything.
I'm just a poor woman, she thinks. What do I know of these things? And how
You were doing quite well up until the end there. It does look like you're having...
A sigh. The lieutenant buries his nose in.
But maybe a fresh set of eyes.
She means this sincerely.
Someone more educated in...
No, I'm not an encyclopedia. I won't be a guide either. I'm a detective.
Of course. Then I don't know. Someone rich, maybe? Wealthy people are educated. Of course, dear.
Yes?
On the counter, roll. The worker isn't. Perhaps he's on his way to where you just came from. Into the primordial. On the counter, rolled out.
No idea. Looks like he works for Wild Pines, the logistics company who owns and operates the harbor. Possibly because there's a strike going on in the harbor. There's not much to do with that.
The man does not mind. You probably need them. More.
You've just picked up some magnesium. This item is stored in the bottom left corner of the screen above your character portrait. Use magnesium...
You gently shake his shoulder, but nothing happens. The worker isn't a deep. The worker. Perhaps he's on his way to eat. On the counter, rolled the man.
You've just picked up some magnesium. This item is stored in the bottom left corner of the screen.
No idea. Possibly because there's a strike going on in the harbor. There's not much to do.
You gently shake his shoulder.
Hello again, sweetie.
The man with the unimpressive beard notices you approaching. He drops the ledger he was holding and turns to the lieutenant.
Mr. Guard, right?
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation, so joining me from Precinct 41...
No, you cannot.
Officer, I was thinking more along the lines of your name.
Are you kidding me?
Right. Now, I know it took us a while to arrive at the scene. It also took you a while to call us and report the dead body. It was you who placed the call, yeah?
No, I only just got here. It was probably
Do you have her number?
As a matter of fact, I do.
You said you just got here. From where? Are you a local?
What, of Martinez? No, I live in Jamrock. I only sometimes come here to...
But you still know your way around, yes? In case we need...
Yes, I know where some things are, but as I said, I don't live here. I just used to work here.
I didn't imply that. Detective, I have everything. You?
Yes, he means, do you have questions for me, like a police officer would?
He thinks you're stupid, sire.
Haven't you asked me that already? What is it with you and this woman? She has nothing to do with this. Okay, you got me. She went away because of the dead body out back. And because I asked for her number. That's why Sylvie went away. I hope you appreciate that.
Thank you.
Is it? Because I thought you were supposed to be investigating the lynching, not my employer conduct. Good for you. Was there something... I don't know who killed him. I'm not the police. What are you, crazy? Of course I don't know.
The lieutenant turns the page in the little note.
Behind this building, that's easy. See that door there? First you exit through that. Then to your right, you should see a big hole in the fence. A really big one. You can get to the courtyard through there. No need for the keys. The hole is big enough for the Franco-Nigerian cavalry to fit through.
Does he want you to feel guilty of making that hole? It's implied in his voice.
Let's go.
Not so fast. You owe me 130 real.
No one is saying the multi-pattern necktie you found tied to the ceiling fan can talk. No one. It must.
Let's bail! Time to push the eject button! Sounds like a responsibility! You don't like those!
Oh, excuse me. You owe me 130 real.
The IIR, or Inter-Isolary Real is the global reserve currency. Whatever part of the world you're in right now, it's safe to...
Wow, you're a genius. Yes, that's right, money. You owe this establishment
Who does that clown think he is? Arrest him! No one is saying that! No one is saying that Ty can talk! That would be ludicrous! It's just that you should arrest him! It would be wiser! He wants to take your money!
The lieutenant watches you fiddle with your horrific tie. Sweats.
If you don't have the money, it's okay. No.
That's cop 4. I haven't offered to pay because I don't have any money either.
Let's see. 3 nights at a tariff of 20 real comes to 60 real. Then there's the window you annihilated. The hole in... Another thing you've annihilated is half the bar. You've run a tab of 30 real. Actually more, but we'll round it down to 30 for your hard work maintaining the stability and order of Revachol. That's 60 plus 40. What are you, a philosopher? Money is what grown-up people use to pay for things. Things like this hostel room, or 8 bottles of potent blend, and 9 packs of Royal...
There's a shuffle of nylon as Lieutenant Kitsuragi looks for something in the pockets of his orange bomber.
I'm sorry, but he has to pay. I can't let him stay here any longer.
Officer, maybe you're better off working this from home for now. You live in Jamrock, right? It's not that far away.
You mean somewhere else to run up a huge debt? I don't think so. The Union squeezed most places.
Officer, you really need to take this up with your station.
Good luck.
By the way, where is home? But you've been at this hostel cafeteria for only 3 nights. Why did you say that? You don't really know, do you? Something produced by the random firing of synapses doesn't sound like a place you can stay if you run out of money. Entertain the thought when you get the time. Maybe being a hobo and a cop has its advantages.
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it? A lot. A lot. Like what? Do I have a shaker in my hand? Is this...
He sounds irritated, and it's not a shaker. It's nothing. He's holding nothing.
Am I wearing a little bow tie? Am I wearing a bow tie and doing this? Am I smiling? Do you see me smiling and shaking my little shaker? No. Do you know what? That's right. I'm the cafeteria manager.
Play it calm. This man needs to understand you need a drink to help the community deal with police stuff.
Oh, well, in that case, let me pour you a nice, big, refreshing marinella. Do you want that out of a glass or a pineapple? Don't be an imbecile. I'm not going to serve you a marinella. I have work to do and broken things to fix. If that was all, I'd like to return to it. Absolutely out.
You wait and see, cafeteria man. Absolutely in the question. Your body is ready, sire.
What thing? Yes, not the whole damn Union, thank God. Just the nastiest and loudest faction. They come here in the evenings. Dumb, unruly types. Think they're big shit. But they're good customers. They place big orders and always pay on time.
He hates the Union, but grudgingly recognizes its power over him. So he's directing his frustration at you instead. Retaliate.
I don't. I'm simply providing a service, or really facilitating the offering of services to...
We should find out who this Lord faction is, occupying the booth. Loudness means talkative, and we need info. We don't. We have to wait. They'll show up sooner or later. Men get hungry, even striking men. If not today, then they'll be here tomorrow.
What are you, a cook now? That's none of your business. No, you don't. Fucker. Lay off the swear words. They don't make you cool. Besides, the RCM doesn't do search warrants. I know the law. You'll just have to...
You do realize you can just go into the kitchen at 1300 hours. No need for superstar charm or Sambo-style antics here. Sambo is an acronym for Samoan boxing. Graceful martial arts stuff. Sambo style implies...
What are you, a cook now? That's not... He wasn't pan-fried. He was lynched. What could the kitchen... Fine, okay. The kitchen is closed until 1 p.m. because the cook is working. You can snoop around after that, if you must. What?
By the way, you should come back to this thing-based questionnaire if you see anything interesting in the whirling later.
Another thing. Great. Yes?
The door is still nothing. The lieutenant gives it. He doesn't like where this is going. The window stands broken. A mirror hangs on the bathroom wall. In it, Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the carpet, or the weird suitcase on the hat rack, or the potted plant dying.
And by that you mean crimes against humanity? I have no idea what that means.
The bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets look awful.
The option to go to sleep becomes available every night after...
The worker is in a deep slumber. There is only one way to wake this bone idol from his slumber. Roar like a hurricane. Rip the buildings from the earth.
By the yelling man.
Looks like a Sao descendant. A lot of Sao dock workers around.
Wait,
What? I was just sleeping.
Officer, even after a rude awakening, this dock worker respects the police more than they usually do, at least.
Indeed. Help yourself to some. Wait. No. Oh, it's empty. Thank God, no.
The worker stares at you, his eyes dry from sleep.
I don't know what you're talking about, kind sir.
A little me time in the abyssal pelagic zone. You can never return to it now. Only detective work remains. Wakefulness and detection.
That's the name of my employer.
He doesn't sound too enthusiastic about it.
How's it going? Haven't you noticed what's going on outside? We're in the middle of a strike down it. For one, I can use some. Nate got it. Majoret's got it. He's guarding the gate. I'm just getting some sleep. Or we are. The workers. The union. We know what we need. What's right for... Okay. I guess there's also Everard. He's in charge of the union. He's smart. Knows how to negotiate. Yeah, what about it? You know, people die here every day. If someone has decided to die on top of a tree, then how is it, mate? I can tell you this. You heard what I said. Draw your own conclusions. That's all.
The lieutenant gives you a little... So union people think he was a killer, he thinks. Even sleepy hair. This doesn't help a lot, but it's something. Good work, detective. The dock worker doesn't answer.
Hello again, sweetie. Oh, sweetie, I heard your conversation with the manager about...
If she could, this woman would feed and clothe you and every other sad, lost person on this earth. Your deportment remains dignified.
Sweetie, I only have a few cents on me, but I...
Wonderful. He has a pin.
The pin is round and slightly tarnished. 3 sailboats in bas relief with the sun hovering.
It's easy. You bring a valuable item to a pawnbroker, cross the plaza, and follow.
Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest Roy's appear in your inventory under the Items tab. You can pawn these items when talking to Roy.
Oh, it's not an ancient family heirloom or anything, but I hope you were able to pawn that old trinket. Oh, thank you, dear. I confess I am glad to see it again.
Even the lieutenant seems happy with this turn of events.
Now, what else, sweetie?
Before you stands a motor carriage. The boat vapor emanates from the large engine on the back of the vehicle. This must be the infernal machine that tore you from oblivion. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the fuel preheat. The worker, perhaps on the counter, the man.
You've just picked.
No, possibly because there's a strike going on.
You gently
Hello again, sweetie.
The man with
Mr. Gart.
Yes.
I am Kim Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. This is an inter-district investigation.
No.
Officer, I was thinking...
Are you kidding me? It's you. It's obvious.
See? Everyone agrees it's your color.
Is this what you get when you call the police now?
Sir, I understand...
Yes.
For a moment, the cafeteria man...
I know it took us a while to...
No, I only just got here. It was...
Do you have...
As a matter of fact...
You said you...
What? Of Martin?
But you still know your way around, yes?
Yes, I know it.
I didn't imply that. Detective, I have everything.
Yes,
He thinks you're stupid.
behind this. That's easy. See,
Does he want you to...
I don't... What are you, crazy? Of course I didn't kill him. I don't know who killed.
The lieutenant turns...
Haven't you asked me that already? Okay, you...
Thank you.
Is it? Because I thought you were supposed to be investigating. Good for you. Haven't you asked... Okay,
Thank you.
I asked an employee out. She didn't want to come, but felt obliged to. It was a bad idea. Now, what is so goddamn fat? Good for you. Oh, haven't you asked? Okay,
Thank you.
is it? What? Is that so? Mr. Feminist?
You've gained a thought. When this dialogue is over, go.
Haven't you asked me? Yes, I am.
Let's go.
Not so fast, Mr.
No one is safe.
Let's bail! Time to push the eject button! Sounds like a responsibility! You don't like those!
One moment you're running like the wind. Then you've suddenly turned around and are giving him the finger. Furiously. With both hands. Why?
Watch out!
Everything goes
Back so soon. Admit it. I was wrong to let you go.
It doesn't look so, sweetie. Are you okay?
No. You have sustained a trauma to your lower neck. In addition, you are strained.
Ma'am, are you...
Oh, I'm fine. He just tripped over.
Sir, I didn't mean for this to happen. I'm sorry. This has always been a cop-friendly place. The drinks are on the house, okay? There were a lot of drinks on the tab. I still have to charge...
He's shaken. Barter now and he'll cave in.
Okay, fine. I'll take it off your bill. Sleep in a post-apocalyptic hellhole if you want to. Just don't thank me yet. You still owe me 60 real for 3 nights stay. And for God's sake, watch out for yourself.
Yes?
Can I help you? Do I have...
He sounds, and it's not a shaker. It's
Am I smart? That's right.
play it calm. This man needs...
Oh, well, in that case, let me pour you an... Don't be an imbecile. I'm not going to serve you a marinella. What thing? What are you, a cook now? That... He wasn't pan-fried. He... Fine. Okay. The kitchen... Yes, not...
He hates the union.
I don't.
We should find out. We don't. We have to...
What?
By the way, you should come...
Absolutely.
You wait and... Absolutely. Your body is ready.
Yes. Have you got it? For the room. 60... Like what? Another thing. Great. Yes.
He hates the...
We should find out. We don't.
Yes. Another thing. Great. I love... What are you, a cook? You're not. You're a menace. Yes.
The worker is in a deep slumber. The worker continues to nap.
Hello again, sweetie. Oh, I'm perfectly all right. I'm more worried about you. What was that? Don't beat yourself up over it too much, dear. People do strange things when the old fire... Oh, sweetie.
If she could, this woman would feed him. Your deportment remains
Sweetie,
Wonderful.
The pin is round and slightly tough.
cross...
Items that can be pawned at Bird's Nest.
It's easy. You bring a valuable... Oh, it's not an ancient family heirloom or anything. I hope you were able to pawn that old trinket. Oh, thank you, dear.
Even the loot.
Now, what else?
Can I help you? Do I have a shaker?
He sound, and it's not a shaker.
Am I... Because I'm...
Play it calm.
Well, you're not getting...
This is a thoughtful exchange. But can we move on, please?
Do I have...
He sound, and it's not a shaker.
Am I smiling? Do you... That's
Play it calm.
even more reason for me not...
worker is in a deep slumber. The door, still the lieutenant. He doesn't like where this is going. The bed is cold.
The option to go to sleep.
Kim also tries not to look at the pile of taped viscera on the...
And by that you mean crimes against humanity? I have no idea what...
By the way, where is home? The address is coming up blank, and this place sure isn't it. But you've been at this hostel cafeteria. Why did you say that? You don't really know, do you? Something produced by the entertainment.
Can I help you?
The worker is in a deep...
Hello again, sweetie. Oh, I'm perfectly all right. What do you mean? He's just on edge because of the lynching. Don't judge.
old call box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the... This Post Lavantorie mail collection box has... This coin-operated viewer is facing south. A striking woman leans against the cabin top of her...
Good morning, officers. I'm Joyce L. Messier. I represent the board of Wild Pines, the owners of the harbour. You gentlemen must be from the RCM. I'm glad to see...
She is unfazed by your rude...
I was just...
That is good to hear, madame.
There's a trace of...
How interesting. Of course, detective.
You see a set of tattered curtains.
Excuse me, officer. The back room is strictly for employees only. Nothing. Why aren't you browsing the books?
She speaks almost as if she's... Oddly enough, the more she tries to draw you away from the curtains, the more you see some kind of charm. This is a traditional Seminese ward, meant to provide inhabitants of Elif. Aside from poking at it, This is a wall on the side of an apartment building. You have no clue. It's just a wall. So many walls all over Martinez. Weather-worn, cracked, their paint peeled. Just an ordinary wall.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? What we do? I'm afraid I don't speak for Wild Pines as a whole.
There was a touch of discomfort there. She wants to merely represent.
The Pines' core competency is logistics. Container shipping, freight, that sort of thing. See those airships there, blinking? Those are the shipping side of things. And that is the terminal.
The Wild Pines Group is one of the original Revacholian Indo tribes. Companies awarded royal monopolies by the king, the suzerain himself, centuries ago. The king is long.
Why, thank you. I'm not at liberty.
$1 billion?
Yes, pass it. A conglomerate the size of Wild Pines is like...
She nods.
What we...
There was a touch of...
The Pines core... And that is the...
The Wild Pines Group, Son Baptiste, LUM.
Why, thank you. I'm not at liberty.
$1 billion?
And to think, Wild Pines employs 72,000 people, all of whom have families that depend on their salaries. They started as an exploration. Centuries of care, deliberation, and madness have gone into this endeavor. Vessels you mean aside from being the terminal's legal owners? Who are responsible for moving 8% of the world. There are no minor cogs in the system. Each terminal must be accounted for, lest the entire system break.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone. There was a touch of She nods.
What we do.
There was a touch.
The Pine, and that is...
The Wild Pines Group is one of the...
I'm not at...
$1 billion?
20 billion is a large number, but a conglomerate the size of... You know more than you let on. Certainly it helped. You mean aside from being... We built this district.
We?
All the best parts of it. Rue de Saint-Ghislain, with its bastions, before Martinez was swallowed by the industrial... A company getaway? For a weekend or a summer holiday? Then came the revolution. But that's another matter.
With your help, hopefully, says her warm tone.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? This... reality?
Yes, reality is your side, an experimental side case.
What? Such an acute encephalopathy just doesn't seem possible.
Don't be phased, madame. He functions perfectly well. He only needs a lowdown on all of reality.
We may be here a while then. Ask away, officer. I'll help however I can.
All right, we're in. I know these all look good, but begin with the first, okay?
A bird? A Svenicid? Ah. This or two. A pre-revolutionary tenement. Old buildings are called tenements, you see. And new buildings, bâtiments. After les bâtiments. This one used to be 8 to 10 stories tall. A real high-rise by the stand. Mostly the urban middle class. Splat, splat. Wonderful. We're in Martinez, baby. Martinez is a district of Revachol. A very small district. You would be excused for not knowing about it. Unimportant, they say. I'm not a good ambassador. I've only been here once before. As I told you, Martinez used to be a province. A workers' resort before the city swallowed it and the artillery did its part. Now the Reeds are the real star of the show here. The further down the coast, I would be happy to. What is a preposterous... These are unimportant times, Detective. You and I were born after the dust had settled for the big time, the revolution. It's quite easy. Every 100 years or so, our species gets together to decide what's next. The liberals got the mineral rights. And by mineral rights, I mean everything. Liberals are usually middle-class people, Detective. Or some were rich enough to stay with the Constitution, with monarchy. Big mistake. Others bet on the revolution. They didn't win so much as survive.
She's one of them, of course.
To foreign intervention. The coalition. Those people really took... The liberals took everything that wasn't nailed to the ground. The coalition took the coalition of nations. Grad, Mesk, Vesper.
There is bitterness in her voice, tempered with understanding. She is critical, but ultimately...
The moralists believe in keeping everything exactly the way, at least not in the same manner and volume as the others do. This is their zone of control. They embolden the RCM with crumbs of the same law they took. Technically speaking, you are a moralist.
The color of moralism is blue. The official motto of Moral Intern, or Moralist International, is a blue forget-me-not, a piece of grey sky. Unofficial. For a moment, there was hope.
an almost endearingly moralist standpoint. It must be hard to take a moderate approach to head shooting. Those would be the communists. Generally speaking, 40 million people got shot in the head during the World Revolution. But the communists...
She's not gloating. It's a relieved celebration.
Oh, and the anarchists too. Did they ever? Before they got shot themselves, they shot 2 million people.
This does not represent the official RCM opinion.
Don't worry. Oh, lots of people. Even the king got shot in the head, or thrown beneath a horse, or drowned. The real king abdicated and lived out a long and... About head shooting, they are what they are. Anyway, enough sentimentality. Is there anything else you want to know? We're in Martinez, baby. Martinez is you would be excused for not knowing about it. It's not really a sea, it's the Bay of Revachol. And the bay feeds into the ocean. Yes, we're...
Known to the early Revacholians as Les Immensités Bleues. Vast, lukewarm and unknowable, flowing in and out of sight.
Caillou. Imagine...
It is clear this, and to humanity at large.
It's not... Yes.
Known to the earth, vast, lukewarm and...
Revachol, the great...
As if it's self-explanatory.
History detective. They built this city to resolve history. Our part in it, at least. Our centuries. The nations of the Occident, or migrant workers from Semenine and Ile-Marat, depending on your creed. In the DeLorean century, they say it's where the terrible questions of our time will be answered. By that I mean conflicts. Ideological conflicts. We are standing on a fertile, self-sufficient island able to sustain up to 200 million people. I think it's fair to say so. Martinez is about 22 kilometers from the center of the world. That soldering iron is the Bank of the World building. The bottom floors are Insiacom, coalition government in Cylindian Mission Command.
Silence. She lowers her hand. The water, the light. There is no recognition. Only the immensity of the sea and the cold.
We are where we are. I have no truer answer to give, unfortunately.
This is one thought you...
Was there something else you wanted to know? I remember...
This has been informative. Thank you, ma'am. And might I suggest not asking them all right now? Ma'am, Monsieur will be here later.
Absolutely. My commitment here is long-term.
Oh, of course not. You are already diligent for getting this far.
Indeed. I'm always at your side. Glad to have been of assistance. The little that I know. You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Quite a few things, I'm afraid. The information I'm to share with you includes sensitive trade secrets. For the sake of my employer, I have to ask for your names and badge numbers.
Of course, ma'am. We should have introduced ourselves. I am Lieutenant Kitsuragi from Precinct 57. And this is my colleague from Precinct 41. I'm afraid he doesn't have his badge at the moment.
How curious. Why is that, Detective?
Awkwardness washes over the conversation. The woman doesn't like this turn of events.
How can I forget? I was hoping your condition was rhetorical, Detective. A questioning technique. I have sympathy for your highly unusual condition, sir, and I believe you. But as it stands, I cannot share any confidential information until I've seen...
I understand the dictates of protocol, ma'am, but is there no way around it?
I'm afraid not, Lieutenant. These are my employer's orders.
Hang on. She's a professional negotiator. She should be open to some sort of mutually beneficial arrangement. She's a negotiator. Just float a favor at her. Insinuates.
I will be frank with you. If I'm going to break protocol, I need to be able to just...
You're in, but expect her to drive a hard...
Reports from inside Terminal B suggest it's a hub for the local drug trade. This is an open secret in Martinez. The Union controls the terminal, so it goes...
They're profiting from this trade.
The company has tried looking into this matter before, to no avail. Perhaps someone with your authority and resources might turn over the right stones, or you can recover your badge. Though if I may be blunt with you, it sounds like that may be a lost cause.
Detective, a word in private before we continue. This is not going quite as I hoped it would, Detective. Honestly, I was expecting you to use your unorthodox technique to keep her off balance and, not volunteer us to be her henchman. This woman is running circles around us. She might have known about your misplaced...
He doesn't let it show, but there is a limit to how much the consequences of your unprofessional behavior can cost the investigation.
No. If there is reasonable suspicion, we must investigate. Otherwise, she could claim we are siding with the Union, or that we are on their take. We'd never hear the end of it. What I propose is, we ask her, then we investigate, briefly. But do not share the outcome of this investigation with her. We tell her it's done, and demand for her information on the lynching. I'm sure you will, Detective. Oh, that would be fantastic, but do we have the... You could request a new one.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? It's quite straightforward. Someone is using Terminal B to smuggle raw ingredients from the Samaran Isola into...
Ingredients for...
Meth and dextroamphetamine, GBL, and various synthetic psychedelics. Honestly, it might be quicker to say what you can't make from the stuff. Yes. After they clear the terminal, we lose track. The actual production is...
Wildpine seems to be well apprised of the local drug trade.
We're in logistics. It's our business to know. And no. As far as the company knows, the Union does not produce it. They transport the ingredients, yes, but you won't get anything out of Evrat and the Dockworkers Union. Still, every chain has its weak link. The lorries. Someone needs to move the ingredients from the harbour into the city. Once they reach Jamrock, perhaps you've noticed that a number of lorries are tangled in a traffic jam at the roundabout just now. I'll be explicit. If you find this driver, I will share company secrets with you. We did. On more than one occasion.
We know the company has launched its own probe into the Union's alleged involvement. We also...
Well, here's your chance, officers. No. We asked East Motor Track to raise the drawbridge. This is a limited time opportunity. Once the complaint has been processed by the Trade Committee, thousands of litres of raw ingredients will pour onto the streets of Revachol. Not the east across the river, but the west. The vulnerable. The weary.
Well, at least this solves one mystery.
What is that, Lieutenant?
Why I had to call East Motor Track and beg them to open a drawbridge for me.
I am sorry for the inconvenience, Lieutenant Kisaragi, but we need them trapped here. How do you think they're financing this strike? There are thousands of...
There was a shakedown of local businesses preceding the strike. Many were squeezed to bankruptcy to fund it.
With all due respect to these desert cacti, the contents of a few cash registers cannot provide for 2,000 men. Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate at night, most likely, then loaded onto lorries and driven to Jamrock. You simply need to find one driver who will open up to you. Yes? Excellent. According to my report, it may come to nothing, or it may just blow the case wide open. In the meantime, let me know if there's any other way I may be of assistance. You're back. Good.
Is what you want to say. But look at that lady. Take a gander. Squint your eyes, bub. Why, yes. Tucked away under that sturdy green raincoat, almost rustic in its simplicity, while dull orange pearls. These are the kind eyes of the rich man that's... Now look at you. You misery-clad simian. Barely able to... You're poor. Poor as balls. You can't ask this person for money. You're too... Oh, but you are. Too ashamed to ask this person for money. Oh God, the lieutenant is...
As I was saying, if there's any way I may be of assistance, please don't hesitate to ask.
Voila, you're doing it.
Of course. How much do you need?
She's surprisingly nonchalant about this. Could it be that she somehow knows more about your predicament than she's letting on?
Come now. Nobody carries... And even if I did, I still would not give you 10,000 real.
Her tone makes clear that you violated some kind of rich person taboo. Wouldn't be the first time.
I like high fidelity anything, sir. Now, try again, but lower. That's a good sum. Not too small, not fantastically large.
She removes a few notes and hands them to you. The paper...
So, I hope I didn't just bribe you, officer. It may not be technically illegal under the Emergency Act, but still.
You're right, ma'am, that donations are permitted under the Emergency Act, unseemly as it may be, as long as they are properly logged with the precinct.
Which he most certainly will do. Now, how else... The streets will flow red once more, a great torrent rushing down Rue de Esperance.
The streets will not flow red with anything. Who are you?
I'm Cindy the fucking Skull. What else do you want to know? Date of birth, blood type, the last time I was tested for Hep C. And here I was trying to be polite. Just can't win with you pigs. Can't you tell? I'm painting a beautiful mural, an aereo graffitio visible from low orbit. I haven't really started it yet. I'm waiting for the right words. Have you ever tried your hand at graffitio? When faced with a blank wall, most people we rarely see pigs round here though. Just union cards.
She wants it to be something true and total.
This place is severely lacking in havoc. I thought I'd mix it up, you know. Yeah? Thanks. I'm sure the inspiration...
She means the opposite. You've lessened her desire to deface the building. The lieutenant is desperately searching for another. Hatred, disgust, the woman on the boat.
That Ozon her. Someone's got to keep an eye on her.
Ozon is an...
On a first-name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up in the world. Pig's not half as dumb as he looks. I ain't no snitch, Pig.
Actually, there is a shortage of people who talk to us in a normal, calm, informative manner.
We weren't put on this earth. Watch your back.
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Yeah, why? It's a wall.
Why must we stop to look at this wall every time we pass by?
The worker is in a deep slumber.
The RCM in Martinez. What can I help you with? We don't see a lot of police around here, that's all. Of course. What can I help you with? Me? I am just a gardener. I am pleased to meet you. Of course. Where to? Oh, that.
She's relieved.
No problem. Of course.
Her gloves. You get the feeling that you need them. You have a...
Sure. Keep them. I have another pair.
Welcome to Rivachol.
I am a gander and a hunter and a gatherer. Feel like a traveler.
A simple little cadence. He seems to be making it up as he goes.
From another planet. Hey there. It's the jam, my man. It's a traffic jam for the ages. Harbor gates up the street are shut tight. Meanwhile, we're all stuck here in long-haul limbo for days upon days upon days. Upon days. Yeah, exactly.
It's official. He too agrees. This is the antechamber of the afterlife.
Feels like forever. Like I was born on this here roundabout and this was all I ever knew. Just me and the metal and the tires, the oil and the fumes of mazout. Yeah.
Behind the laugh, however, a touch of sorrow.
So tell me, what do you need? Ah, man, me and narcotics go way back. But those days are behind me. There are other addictions in my life now. Why the inquiry, my man? Hey, man, that's serious criminal talk.
Entrapment is a practice whereby an officer of the law induces a person to commit a criminal offense that the person would have otherwise been unlikely to commit.
We have a credible lead, sir. Someone on this roundabout is waiting for a bulk shipment from the harbor.
Not me, man. No way. I don't need any trouble. Shit's bad enough anyway. Look, man, I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol.
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire.
Ah, man. Me and What? Those days are behind me. Hey, man, that's serious.
Entrapment.
We have a credible...
Not me, man. No way. Gotta guard the stuff.
A rhymesmith.
Look, man.
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire.
Ah, man. What? Hey, man.
Entrapment.
Then what's your deal here?
We have a credible...
Not me, man. No way. Look, man, I tried...
We wouldn't say he's lying, sire.
Don't be a stranger. Hello again, my man. What's on your mind?
Wait. There's something here, stored away in some dusty corner. It starts like...
Whoa. What else? Silent communion. That's good. Dang, that's some great shit. You came up with that yourself. Fucking A. Seems I got you all wrong. It's good to meet a fellow poet. Someone with an appreciation for real text. The others here say you don't really get it. I get you. When they really click, it makes the world seem manageable.
You found some common ground with this man. Even impressed him. The next time you look in the mirror, though, remember those words.
Hello, sir. Step right in. The store is open. Are you interested in a new and exciting book? It's a bookstore, sir. We sell books, postcards, and some board games. It's called Crime, Romance, and Biographies of Famous People.
Whoa, 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 whoa. Hold your horses, little girl.
That is a book. They have stories inside them. Its board games are like little games on a table, made to pass the time.
She is unfazed by your questions.
A postcard is a small cardboard picture. My pleasure. Anything else you'd like to know? Okay, sir. I'll try to answer any questions you have. I hope they're about books. My name is Annette, sir. My mum, feel free to step in and browse our wares. I'm signalling that the store is open. Otherwise, people might not know. They'd miss out on the crime, romance, and biographies of famous people.
A sudden gush of wind turns the pages.
Kind of you to offer, sir.
What could you do to help her anyway?
Thank you, sir. I'm happy to help Mum out with the store. I do my studies at home at the moment. I have to help Mum keep this place running. Mum says it's necessary to do both because it builds character. Mum says it's peachy. She was a little afraid at first.
Behind her, the window has been
Cursed in the way that makes them say that no business has ever really thrived here, sir. Exactly. But we've been doing fine so far.
We can go into the bookstore and ask about the case. But I don't see much more to look into here.
Yes, please do look at our wares inside. The postcards and board games you asked about are also there. Nothing really, sir. Mum doesn't allow me to sneak around in the back room.
It does not manifest itself in any way. It does not exist. No such thing.
Anything else you wanted to talk about, sir? Maybe I can tell you about some of our books instead. Oh, kings and queens and generals of old, or artists and writers. I think that's why people read them.
Seems like most people who read those books fail to get more famous from reading them.
But it does make the famous people more famous. Why would they do that, sir? That's so cool. Maybe they'll make you a book cover picture and everything. Standing over a dead body, holding a gun. Oh, king. I think that's why.
Seems like most people.
It's the type of. Or there could be a story about a poor lady getting a rich man. It's about man and lady business, sir. It happens, but usually the guy gets rich in the process. Or should actually be rich. Those are unhappy books, for most of the pages. People sad about what they have lost, but then it all turns out just fine in the end. These are not very common. You can't have a choice between bad and bad. Nobody wants to read a story like that. Well, maybe then it's fine. Maybe if the lady then decides not to pick either, because she doesn't need a bad man. Yes, that would be interesting. I haven't read many of those. Maybe you should ask Mum. I don't think it's a romance story if the main characters break up, though. No, yes.
What was that? An idea for an unfinished novel stuck somewhere in your forebrain? You clearly have issues you need to address.
That's really not a proper romance story. That's more like everyday life. Not in romance books, sir. These are about nice and pretty people, and everyone is happy in the end. Maybe some about other books? Crime fiction is about murders or burglaries or things like that, and the work of a policeman or a private detective who's trying to solve a crime and catch the criminals. It's exciting to people, I guess. They get to imagine danger. You don't look much like a policeman. Didn't mean to offend, sir. Sorry, sir. It's just that you don't look like Dick Mullen. Head, yeah.
No, it's your not head, child. Heads.
Isn't that very dangerous? Unlike you, sir. He's just a fictional character. He's no match for you. Maybe you can show me some real police work, sir. Like in the books. No, sir, I can't. It would be too tiring to refrain from it. It's already tiring enough to remember to say it all the time. It's nice of you to say I could stop, though. That's a friendly enough face. No, yes, sir. No, sir, I can't. It would be too tiring to refrain from it. It's already tiring enough to remember to say it all the time. By your command. No, yes, sir.
Guillaume Le Million. Bad news. Guillaume Le Million did not become a cop. In 1938, he went on a tour to the Sinyao province in Safre, where he died of autoerotic asphyxiation. His body was found hanging from a decorative dragon tree in his junior suite amid drug paraphernalia, unwholesome objects, and the Sylvia Trainer single, Wonderland, skipping in the background. And yes, you can take this as a metaphor for Revachol in the 30s, and also as a warning.
Make way for the master poet. Huh? Oh. No, I ain't got any money. The boss is, man. Yeah, it sure ain't good for me. Or you. I'd spare a coin or two for a city cop down in his luck. If I had, say, 4 myself. Oh, high-grade narcotics.
Time to arrest him. Relax. He's merely joking.
Ha! No, I'm joking, my man. Found runs a nice, clean business. This haul of cargo is mostly sporting goods. You know, tracksuits and that kind of thing. They usually get shipped to Grodd and the Occident. Though we've been making headway in the Il Moran market lately. We're pals and all, but I can't just freely hand out the merchandise. The bosses won't be happy.
The man taps his fingers rhythmically. You're hazy on the notion of a scab. Smells like politics, though. Maybe it's got something to...
Nobody betrays your degeneracy.
Yeah, Measurehead. His body totally betrays his degeneracy.
Don't say anything. Size him up first.
Are you admiring my morphophysiology? It must be frightening to stand in the shadow of this racial pinnacle. Be calm, Sandwich. You are not in danger. What is this androgynous display of sexual maturity?
Merely standing up makes you sweat profusely. Your breathing is erratic. Your own heartbeat in your ears.
Stop it! You are embarrassing yourself. This display of weakness may appeal to older women with a stronger maternal instinct, but it is a liability.
Jean-Luc, his body is betraying his degeneracy pretty hard. Maybe you can ask him to leave.
You have succumbed to Al-Ghul. You reek of it. An invisible sword of Al-Ghul emerges from your throat. You cannot see it, but others can. It is making the woman in my company sick. Yes, Al-Ghul.
He means alcohol.
Correct, my small skull servant. Al-Ghul is an ancient Ilmaran poison. A parasitic fungus that has colonized your race.
Intentionally fermented drinks have existed for 10,000 years.
This is a fabrication the alchemists of Yizot and Bashir and the Rolam and Hul have fed your people. Why don't you have another drink?
Oh yeah, Measurehead.
No, you don't. You need to get another drink.
Show him the ham still got it.
Willingly calling yourself a ham sandwich, you gave the world eugenics, electricity, and powerful weapons of war. You dominated lesser cultures, like the deformed Hemians and the You will be superseded.
It is, baby, yeah. You.
There is a button right behind him, just out of reach. It must be the one that opens the door to the harbor.
Enough with this begging. You should leave. Bring your troops to the Simenine Islands and to Boogie Street. The walls will be lined with bottles of Al-Ghul.
There may be a peaceful solution to this. You could internalize Meshahed's race theory. He would take you as one of his own. The best idea. Ask what kind of races there are first. Classification is core to this stuff.
Do you?
The lieutenant looks toward the harbor's electronic door, and then to you.
You are obviously liberal, a polyculturalist. I can see it. Love because technology. There are three categories of race. Type A, the heroic races. Type B, those are the Simonese, the Areopagite, and the Occidentals, excluding the Maun, of course. The Maun are riddled with eczema to the point where they find a receding genetic pool has led the Maun on reprehensible street parades. In Maun cities like Stadskanal and Vredo, you know them by the names of their nation states.
Mahoon is a derogative term for first world people of Gotvaldian descent. They do not all have your welcome.
The Maun are proof that you can have too much Occidental race. The Vespertines and Messenians of Vesper and Messina, the other large Mondial civilization, the Mesk, are too yellow and oleaginous to count as a heroic race. True, they are violent and expansionist, but they have a glandular problem. Overproduction of sebum. Sebum is leaking into their brains, making them listen to it, as proven by the Maun and the Mesk. Occidental type A is in retrograde. The Simonese and the Areopagite are on the ascent. The indigenous people of this, the Insulindian archipelago, the Areopagites are the master race of the Ilmaran.
Wait, didn't Ilmaran desert pygmies invent alcohol and get pillaged just a short while ago?
No, those were scimitar wielding race losers of Zahrafa, Izzet, and Bashir, with their Himmi servants. Big.
Jean, baby, you're on fire.
I know, babe. The Areopagites are sleek, long-headed. The Simonese are powerful, mesomorphic. The latter is perfected in adapting. Together,
nature was not capable of more.
Type B are the unheroic races. Amorphous not
the Khoikos of Grad, Yugo, Zhimsk, Shest et al. Are what you would call white, officer, in a suspect description.
Yes. To an untrained eye, the Khoiko appear white and pinkish, like a ham sandwich. But the pinkness is a racial quality that has to be earned through scent. The Khoiko, the countless micronations.
Wouldn't he be one for ethnostates?
They are microscopic. The Seminary, its leaders will be the genetic epitome of the Semen. The Vacholians, halfway between Type A and the racial cauldron. Two makes to know right from wrong. You tried your degenerate.
Is it 82,000 years that we've been recording history? You have very little idea of what is happening, but that seems a little off.
The mysteries of the people of this planet are a tragedy that has played out countless times over, like a fever dream of skin, hair, and bone. Wake up. The revolution came to Ravachol from Grad. The revolution is fatal, familial. Enough of type medio. Types, CF, are a museum. Lesser races like the mosquito. A grotesque mixture of a masked woman and a Seminese man. The mosquito is born sterile, like a donkey.
It seems unlikely that two human beings produce genetically sterile.
You are right. You have misunderstood. You lack basic phylogenetic education.
The sage will not budge on this.
Then there is the Simino Koiki Chimera. Are you sure you wish the Khoiko, as you know, avert this will never happen? But enough. It is cruel to entertain ourselves. You understand nothing. To solve the great race enigma, you need to internalize what you have heard here today. Then return to me. This class, I cannot possibly imagine what else.
this?
If there ever was such a thing as an ugly kid.
Oh yeah, Nappa Gumpy Kuno! Right in the dick, Kuno! Get him right in the dick!
Love it in the dick.
The boy is sweating profusely. His eyes are like two black holes and his jaw is twitching as if trying to break free from the empire of his body.
Fuck that!
They pay you no heed.
Shits himself.
The rake, Kuno! You should throw the rake at—
The fuck? Does Kuno know what a rake is? Kuno's not a gardener. The fuck are you talking about?
He's calling us Kuno! He says we're fucking each other!
Alright, entertain the Kuno. Show me what you got. What you got there? What you got, huh? Show me what you got.
Irregular speech patterns. Overconfidence. Could this kid be on drugs?
Right, pig. This is where Kuno plays with his little wooden choo-choo. Fuck do you want with it? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give a shit. Kuno's Kuno, pig?
It's always Kuno, never I. Clearly the kid's using the third-person perspective as a shield.
The fuck are you calling a third?
He looks slightly confused, but proud he came up with that retort.
Watch out, Kuno! He's trying to fiddle you! He's gonna put his hands on you! Help! Pig's got Kuno!
Help! He's got the Kuno, help! Help! He's digging his dick out!
Escalate, Kuno! His dick—
Pig's in here, Kuno! Somebody, please!
How did we get here? How did this happen? This makes no sense. There may still be a way out. Just appeal to his reason.
Help! Miss—
He's having the time of his life. Total ecstasy.
He's flashing Kuno! He's no one? Kuno's doing this because—
This is where Kuno establishes dominance. Change your plan. You can't let that happen. It will make things hard.
Help! The pig's gagging him! Kuno can't speak!
fucking logical! Help! No!
You put him up to this yourself when you decided to talk to him in the first place.
Listen to your friend? Help! The RCM is trying to fuck Kuno in the ass!
You put him up to this.
Listen to your...
Yeah, we're all in...
The lieutenant doesn't even...
Help!
You put...
Listen, Kuno owns the fat ass. Help! Help!
He's having the time of his...
He's flashing Kuno! Fucking logical! No!
You put him up.
Listen to your... Kuno owns the fat ass. Look, I know you wanted to hit me. You got...
Relax. He can't read your mind. He doesn't know you were thinking that.
I know what you thought. I'm gonna... You're nothing! You're a joke to...
Backing up was a bad idea.
Kuno turned you into his prison...
No, you're not. We can just leave.
Bitch, you're gonna be in this shit with Kuno forever!
A peepo is a type of hat.
You don't talk to me about my fucking peeper! You
don't know. Okay. Kuno is kind to his bitch. Ask your question.
Click, 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 click!
Kuno doesn't... Fuck does Kuno care? Yeah? Yeah, whatever. Shit, look.
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno!
If I were to want to waste my time, which I do not.
The usual be.
Kuno's fuck imp. Kuno uses the fuck imp, probably climbed. Kuno was busy down the road. You heard Kuno. Kuno wasn't even in Martinez. Kuno was, I don't know, Mesk or I don't know, some other place.
There is no Night City anywhere.
Why you gotta be riding Kuno's ass? You wanna know where Kuno was?
Don't tell him that!
It's not fucking
Lay!
That's the name of Kuno City, bitch. Get the fuck off Kuno's back. This shit ain't about that.
It's impossible to deduce what it
Just a couple of pigs.
Yeah,
looks like. You're a fat.
You're
Get lost!
Kuno? You already know. Kuno thinks. He's off sea. Don't be telling Kuno what Kuno. Yeah? Yeah, whatever. Kuno doesn't give the fuck about it. Your test.
Get lost!
Kuno's? Shoot that shit at Kuno, Pigo no. The fuck about it? Just a.
Yeah!
Looks like you're a.
Probably. You heard. I don't mess up.
There is no Night City.
Kuno.
Thanks, Kuno. That's.
Just a couple.
Yeah!
Looks like you're a.
Your.
Get lost!
He's on your crime scene, bossing you around. And he's been here for some time too. This is where he hangs out.
No! You told
the city and fuck you.
Explain himself. And stop denying.
Kuno doesn't.
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? Everything. Right up to, but not including, trade secrets. I believe the official title is Senior Labor Negotiator. In practice, I'm a grocery clerk. I relay the union's demands to Wild Pines and return with Wild Pines' counteroffer.
And how are the talks going?
They're not. That's the problem. The Union stopped all negotiations. Now they won't even let me into the harbour. There's a 2-meter 20 racist behemoth blocking the gates. Oh, so you've met him?
My colleague has his peculiarities.
Of course. Let's say I was not made.
And when did you?
I arrived 3 weeks ago. Yes, in the middle of February.
But the strike began in...
I wasn't the original negotiator here. I took over after Mr. Gaumont hit a wall with Mr. Clare, the union boss. Mr. Clare
This isn't the first time the
Heavens, no. There have been 2 prior strikes. Both times the union won significant concessions.
Ludicrous even. It's meant.
There are leaflets everywhere, and every worker.
Most of the workers probably don't know what that means.
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. Pretty tame stuff compared to every worker a member of the board. Fortunately, they explained it. Every time the Wild Pines Group makes a decision about, just so you understand, this is but one of 22 terminals owned by Wild Pines. Essentially, not only are they kings of the company, they are also kings of the 72,000 employees of Wild Pines Group. I'm not sure. Naturally, I assume that was just their opening position, a hard-nosed tactic with a side of... And now, people are getting lynched, I hear. Behind the whirling in rags. A disastrous situation if there ever was one.
Excuse me, from whom did you hear about this lynching?
I first heard it from the boyer at the gates. The one whose very name...
This checks out.
The scabs? You mean the huddled masses of... If they were organized by Wild Pines or its affiliates, then it would be a company secret. I could not share...
It's implied. She's open to discussing this matter with you.
Everard Clare is a man of... Of course not. Everard is fantastically corrupt. I imagine he has a thick, viscous goo where you and I have blood. He is the most corrupt individual I have ever seen, and I deal with men like him for a living. Yes, Edgar looks exactly like his brother, except for that lazy eye. He also talks exactly like Everard does. It's how they circumvent the term limits, you see, with a funny little switcheroo. While in office, the Débardeurs Union was once a perfectly normal institution. 20 years ago, anyway. It must not organize labor at its best, as they say. Then...
A mob. The Débardeurs are a crime syndicate. Sad as it may be.
Refreshingly honest, officer. And your opinion, detective, if I may ask? I'm a curious and talkative person, you see. Would you say the Débardeurs... Of course, officer. Everard... Of course not. He is the most corrupt individual. Have you seen him? Edgar looks exactly like his brother. It's how they circumvent the... Of course. I'm glad you asked. There was a woman, the previous...
Disappeared?
Yes. On the last day of the local chapter elections, her daughter phoned in and said she wasn't running anymore. Downright haunting, if you ask me. The Wild Pines suspected foul play, but what could they do? It was... The point of the presentation is...
Thank you for your concern, ma'am. We'll be just fine.
Mr. Clare told him to... How did he put it? Fuck off, midget. Gaumont is short of stature, you see. Yes. Extremely. Keep in mind, this is a negotiator Mr. Clare has worked...
Sounds like usual aggressive posture.
Mr. Clare... Fuck off, Yes.
Sounds...
Mr. Clare told him to... Fuck off. Keep in mind...
Sounds like you...
There are leaflets everywhere.
Most of the workers probably don't know what...
In its defense, another said, demand democracy. It's quite simple, you see. Every time the Wild... Just so you understand, this is but one... They're having a blast. I'm not sure. And now...
Excuse me, from whom did you hear?
I first...
This checks out.
Of course. How else can I... Why, yes I am. The boat? No.
The word, it, feels strange. Such a beautiful boat deserves a proper name.
Okay. How about Cordelate? Because it was manufactured in Revachol East by a company called Cordelate, and its hull is 19 paces long. Why Dolores? Well, it means nothing to me. I think I'll stick with the factory name. It's a pleasure craft. A 19-pacer. It also happens to be rated for Category 1 racing. My sloop? I like it a lot. It's the Eel's Hip.
I'm enjoying this part of the interview. It has so little to do with the murder we're investigating.
I really do, the lieutenant thinks. Is she thrown off yet? He's looking at the woman, assessing her.
Of course there are. We're on an archipelago. How else you... Yes, we are. We are on Le Caillou. We are. And the city of Revachol is on the... I haven't seen anyone else drive a souped-up Capri Kenema motor carriage.
Actually, that motor carriage has been specially issued to serve as a patrol and pursuit vehicle. It's for crossing long distances in a greater...
Neither is this. A toy.
You need to make this lady admit she's only riding around on... Why what? Stop thinking. Take her down. You're not? Okay then. Just keep on admiring the boat then.
Officer,
The crowns of her teeth are porcelain. Her nonchalance might be related to something called the Wayfarer Act. A law that says she doesn't need a license. Sly fox, you're not aggressive enough to harass her further on this.
Good. More lessons in basic reality? My favorite part of the day. Go ahead, ask me anything. What I am not...
There may be a way to get her speaking about herself.
The girl in the old lady rags. Looks like a sullen and rebellious... Yes, you and I belong to... She prefers a fantasy world. An infraculture with its own dress code and vernacular. Young people who dye their hair funny colors and wear old people... All right. What next?
Suddenly, you're not so sure you're...
And what would that be? I can see that, yes. Nothing infra about disco, baby. Those days are long behind me. And even in the early 30s, I would say I was more the new. It involved lots of partying, as you might imagine, and champagne-colored everything. By the looks of it, that would have been when you came of age. Wasn't it Guillaume Le Million who said, if you can remember the new, you weren't there? Ah, yes. I can't be 100% sure, but I believe he died due to... You can't get a venereal disease from that, can you? All of them. I'm afraid no. But then again, anyway. What? It's a neurological...
She conveys it in short, in case he goes down later, souring the entire portfolio.
It's not just me, Detective. All of Martinez has placed its chip well. It's either bariatric surgery, or that seems...
Yes, and perform autoerotic asphyxiation on yourself with your funny necktie. Out!
It's a neurological...
She conveyed in case he goes down.
Well...
She nods.
Yes, and perform autoerotic asphyxiation on yourself with your funny necktie. Out in the open somewhere.
Unimportant. As I returned the revolution, it wasn't a who. It made people, of course, from Revachol and Grad. Why?
Something tells you her life and yours are not that similar. Maybe it's
No doubt. But we share a city-state.
The clatter of typewriter keys.
The zone of control is the third modernity.
51 minus 8 equals 43.
Time flies. The 20s saw a decade of urban war. The 30s? Yes. And quantitative easing. It was a market mirage. Welcome to reality, baby.
From the looks of it, the Fifthers haven't been much better for the zone of control. You can see it in her eyes.
I've no right to be dissatisfied. This shirt is Barbara Muscova, this raincoat is impervious to rain and is guaranteed for 100 years. We could have had so much more. Good question.
No, her first.
And I asked you, past-less detective of the Citizens Militia, what insight has acute encephalopathy given to you? I see. A tenth of humanity. The key of history is in the lock. Keep turning at any cost. Forever?
Opinions expressed here do not...
And what is your...
My position, ma'am? My parents got ripped to shreds in the revolution.
Understandable. Good question.
No, her first.
And I asked you. And I asked you. Past, and you would have died, most likely. Not far from here. Maybe even right here. No, almost certainly. The commune would have forced you. They are what they are, anyway.
Now's your chance. Ask her who she is. She won't maneuver her way out of this one.
I am the vilest of the vile. A traitor. I am an ultra. An ultra-liberal. It's a type of liberal. From the revolution. It's, not the Yes. I am the nether creature of the Forbidden Swamp. I pushed the king under a shit wagon and betrayed the revolution. I can see you thought we'd gone extinct. After all, no sane person identifies as an ultra-liberal anymore.
In her green eyes, you see a mixture of truth and self-satire. Decades of guilt and pride.
A fitting punishment. To be forgotten, if not for... When the dust settled, the liberals were the only ones left to clean up the... With due respect to our overlords, the eternal caretaker government that keeps Martinez a monument to the efficacy... I would not have relinquished sovereignty to the coalition. Not here in Martinez. Then for my daughters. We had an obligation...
Dark orange flames reflect in her green eyes.
Perhaps. My intellectual...
You're no dummy yourself.
A smart boy getting smarter. Yes. I suppose I am.
Seditious talk, ma'am.
Yes. Whatever else I am. I'm also a mother. Glad to have been of assistance.
Jamais vu. Derealization. Jamais vu. The opposite of déjà vu. Not... What's this? We're getting reports of normal, reasonable, temperate, political opinions somewhere in Martinez. The heir, it's time to become a citizen of the Kingdom of Conscience. It is not a place. It is a moment in time that can only arise. It is history's greatest. That's the genius of Dolores Day. She recognized that progress is meaningless if its gains are lost because of the kingdom, partly because it's also post-industrial. post-ideological. Slow down. That's right. Remember, a real... A sturdy metal, the door rattles again. But this time, you hear...
Stop banging on the door! I'm not letting any more stress. The police? Everyone knows the police don't come. No. I'll go check the backyard door. Maybe someone there will.
Backyard door?
Madame, I assure you.
There is no reply. The door rattles.
Stop banging on the door! Doesn't matter. No. Go check.
Backyard door. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here.
Hello again, officers. Have you...
Can't you tell? I haven't really. This place, I thought I'd mix. Have you ever? We rarely.
She wants it to be something true. And...
Yeah?
Let's be realistic.
You heard your partner, Piggy. I'm
The lieutenant is hatred, the woman.
That is on her. Someone's got to keep an eye.
Ozon is...
On a first-name basis with her, are we? Piggy's moving up. It's where they grow whores like her. Have you got a crush on her? I ain't no snitch.
Actually...
We weren't put on this...
Yes?
Norris, he's having trouble processing. A moment.
What do you want to know? Good. Excuse me? Frankly, detective, you are in a deranged state.
The lieutenant thinks you're some unaccountable...
Some you time? This is a police investigation. You might.
The lieutenant is pretty sure. Style. Advanced race theory. Everything is calm in the eye of the race storm. Your mind is lucid and bright. The mind-bending phylogenetics appear more distant and, to be fair, a little ridiculous. The great race mystery has cleared up. All that's left to do is verbalize your thoughts. Go and talk to Measurehead about your newly found insights.
Yes?
The display rack is brimming with worn paperbacks featuring an extremely muscular rows and rows of Yamdala men blur your vision. You make out some, maybe 100. Man from Hyamdal and the sage, not even close. Man from Hyamdal in hell. Man from Hyamdal, a twinge at the back of your head makes you flinch. Your hand reaches toward a book with glossy cover art of the very... She's laughing at him. Between the throne and the Hyamdala man lies a bonfire, casting shadows on especially those leering types who seem to wear nothing but an armored bikini. It's symbolic of vice and sin. The display rack before you is burdened under piles of Man from Hyamdal novels.
Oh, Man from Hyamdal. A very popular series of blood and violence, scantily clad women, epic narratives, all those mystical... What does it matter? If you're a novice of the series, I'd recommend Hyamdalaman, the Man from Hyamdal. Oh, Man, blood and violence. At last, if you're a novice of the series...
A small mountain of colorful board game books, an endless variety of source books. There's also books in a board. There's a box that price is steep, but then
Make way for the master poet. He ain't one of us drivers.
It's easy to
analyzing the
ask for his conclusion.
A sense of surprise there ain't more bodies.
Promising race pupil returns. And fascinating. The Revacholian degenerate shows signs of racial self-reflection. How did you accomplish this little feat? So it would seem. And, of course, your
willpower fires.
If the Revacholian degenerate is capable of critical thought,
Jean, baby, do the heroic thing.
that is not possible. The game of Shahmat you play against the rules tricks, you will not.
It's super hard, Jean. My mom couldn't do it either.
Very well. You may enter one
plans.
Well done.
On second glance, someone has forgotten to properly close one of the drawers.
It's unfortunate for the Union to just leave.
Let's see what's inside, he thinks. The drawer opens smoothly. Hundreds of documents and the same materials being... It's hard to make sense of this thicket of company names, dates, quantities. Whatever's hidden here is hidden well. It appears to be remember, Leo, Everard's shoes. Special whirling ball. All items on the list have been crossed out, and the note itself...
Everard Clare, probably. The head of the Debarders Union. One of his aides must have left it.
The special borscht seems a bit odd in the list. Remember, Leo, all items of the drawer. All those empty wine bottles and cigarette butts on the ground. Well, they went through 6 bottles of pot.
Well, yes, I think we can say with relative confidence that it was you. It really doesn't.
This is the Night Watchman's booth. The name you need to rest. Your body is aching. Getting in here has taken something out of...
If you must. But please hurry. We are pretty easy to spot.
Nothing incriminating catches your eye. It's a black and white photo of a young couple.
Why did you take that? Fine. But let's move. I don't want to be seen snooping.
The chair is not as austere as the rest of the booth. A thin grey pillow is attached to the seat. The drawers are empty, save for old timesheets and receipts. You take the painkillers. They are yours. Oh boy, where to start? Maybe this was a bad idea. You stand. An imposing combination of a punch clock and a payphone is looking down at you. The machine swallows your coin and seems to be waiting. The already familiar cold touch of plastic welcomes you as you... It's unclear whether you actually have muscle memory. Right now, your finger is just drawing... Sure, why not? Muscle memory is a tricky thing. It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota. Evening falls. The vows are blurred and fled. Lower intestine? Fascism, Brota. You're going to keep your views, right? For the nation. Smart. Best not to mention the woman issue too often. People are not ready. The already familiar cold touch of plastic. It's unclear whether you actually have muscle memory. It's clear you like the hard stuff, Brota. Lower in fascism, Brota. Many things, but it's mostly about trusting your gut. Who does your gut tell you is the... Yes, women. Women. Men of war. That's what fascism was. Feminists.
Did you know you can forget thoughts? Go to your thought cabinet and forget all about feminism.
Stomach truth. Because you've said the hard things that others... Okay, that sounds much better. You're going to keep... For the nation. Of course you are, Bruta. Of course. The already familiar cold touch of plastic. It's unclear whether you actually... It's clear you like that. Evening falls. The vows are blurred. Lower fascism, bro. Many things. Yes. Woman. That's what...
Did you know you can...
Stomach truth. Because you've said the hard... Okay. That's a... Okay. That's a... You're going to keep... For the nation. Of course. The already familiar cold touch. It's The already familiar cold touch. It's unclear. The already familiar cold. Your fingers run over the dial. Calling. Calling. Still calling.
Video Reversal, 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for... Video Reversal is a 24-hour video rental. We rent 8 and 10mm film for home... No. Sir, I don't know. It's a video. Maybe you called to extend your rental period? Do you need to extend your rental period? If you need any further assistance, you can visit us on the corner of Voyager and Main. I can't help you over the phone.
He thinks you're pulling a prank on him. The call is terminated. The payphone hangs.
Container,
The lyrics to this, the accent is so thick.
Container.
Several knobs. Marsh. On. Before you is a walrus of a man seated behind a large desk. He looks up from his work. not the least bit surprised to see you. With great effort, he straightens himself up in his chair.
Welcome, Mr. Dubois, Mr. Kitsuragi. It's good of you two to stop by. Please, have a seat. I'm Everard. Everard, I'd offer you my hand, but
He looks extremely comfortable. The tiny fold...
You go ahead, detective.
Whatever he has in store for you, forget about that. What's with this Dubois stuff? You're getting some seriously bad vibes from that name.
Please, Mr. Dubois, let us converse.
It's nothing. Yes, he's trying to throw you off your game with this Dubois nonsense.
Very well, Mr. Dubois. I respect a man. I, too, have convictions. Should you find yourself more amenable in the future, I'd gladly resume.
You're no Titan affiliation, buddy. He's got you in a fork. Sit down.
Mr. Dubois, I hope time is on your... Please, Mr. Dubois.
He's trying to throw you off your...
Very well, Miss. I, too. Should you find...
You're no Titan affiliation.
Excellent, Mr. Dubois. I can see that you're a reasonable man, and reasonable men can be of great use to one another. So tell me, how can the head of the Debarders Union help a representative of the Revachol Citizens Militia today?
The chair you're sitting on has got to be the most uncomfortable chair in the world. It's violating your...
Oh, by the way, I heard you got a rather rude reception from a certain Laurent. This should take care of that nonsense. It should be sufficient to cover your expenses for a few days.
Hey, that's 25 real. That's good money. Think of all the stuff you could.
Yes, I know.
With a grin, he points to the checker game. It's like...
Is there anything you'd like to say to me?
No.
Don't mention it. But also don't...
Is he? He's not.
Now, I'd like to set your mind at ease about one other matter. Your lost gun.
His slug-like lips move. The world is swallowed by a black hole of fear. Only 2 words escape its gravitation. Oh God, why didn't you think of this before? Cops have guns. Where's yours? Fuck love. This is your gun.
You don't need a gun. We can still have fun.
Are you all right, Harry? It's not like you left it loaded. You didn't lose a loaded gun. Local children aren't out there playing with it right now, pointing it into their own mouths. It's in a safe place.
Officer, we will deal with this later.
I wouldn't be so sure about that.
God, you're sweating. Your knee is jerking. You're about to cry, aren't you?
Mr. Dubois.
What is this, Mr. Dubois? He keeps repeating. What is...
Mr. Dubois! Mr. Dubois! Harry! Mr. Dubois.
Maybe you could use your hands somehow, in a kind of throw-in motion, like you're throwing that Mr. Dubois act right back at him. He's Mr. Dubois.
What an odd demonstration of... you got me.
Okay, enough. We are...
Quick, here's your window. It is about time to stop embarrassing yourself.
What? Harry, how could you say that to me? You know I appreciate a joke as much as any Johnny Fat...
The reaction appears to be sincere, but it's impossible to tell with this guy, honestly.
Harry, you wound me, Harry.
He's hiding his real...
Thank you for your understanding. We will continue to do what we must.
You too, Lieutenant. You know...
None taken. Do we have anything else to do here, Harry?
Honestly, I didn't want to bring it up, Harry. I heard you have become Measurehead's race pupil. Of course, Harry. Of course. No one's gonna know what you did with race there, Harry. Anyway, I assure you. Of course. Let us dispatch with the formalities. You call me Everard? My God, so it's true. I didn't want to believe it, but you are a fantastic...
I think the odds of that.
It might be a good idea to hide your confusion. I mean, see what his game is first.
So good to hear that, Harry. Apparently my sources were wrong.
Words flow like a river of honey from his... I guess word has already reached him. No matter.
Are you trying to tell me you've gotten hold of some of our documents?
Mr. Kitsuragi, would you mind? Me and Harry are talking about...
Don't just jump to the folder. That's not smart.
It's Harry. Harry Dubois. No, I'm really not. You are Harry, and I can work with you, Harry. Now, what else can I do for you? But of course, Harry. Your precinct is the 41st and you live in Jammer.
He doesn't really seem to know any more about it. As you look at the folder, Everard covers it with his hand.
Okay, Harry, you got me. This is from the Census Bureau, not the RCM. Those Census Bureau people are...
He got the name from the Census Bureau, and everything else from your actions here in Martinez.
Yes, Mr. Kitsuragi, from the Census Bureau. Like I said, now I'm actually a...
That means he doesn't really know anything. A pity. The mystery of you.
Yes, that's what I said. Try to keep... Yes, your lost gun. Your gun will be found.
The only way to find it seems to be working with him. He might even be holding your gun hostage.
I don't care about my gun. I love it, Harry. Wish I could be like that, but I can't. I have a responsibility to this community. I can't...
The officer is exaggerating.
The lieutenant is concerned about the lost gun and feels that the fact you haven't prioritized looking for it...
Excellent, Mr. Kitsuragi. That's excellent news. Looks like we have a friendly gun-finding competition on our hands. Yes. What's that, Harry? You're getting a... Yes. My best men are tracking it. What's that, Harry? You're getting a little pale. Is it the words paranoid schizophrenic and lost gun in one sentence? Don't worry, it's just a lead. It'll probably turn out to be nothing. Wait. You need this to get here. You're one of us now. A re...
The 15th Indo tribe. Because there was. The 15th Indo tribe was comprised of 8 kids from Forberg and North Jamrock, running from one. You see several packaged raincoats.
Welcome to Frit.
What's that magazine she's reading?
I don't know. Frit? A 7 to 11 grocery. I think they think that the extra tea makes...
The story goes that normal Frit...
You mean this? This is Pop Stars.
Looks like it also has something called Police de la Mode, featured on page 34. She pops her raspberry. The lieutenant frowns at you before turning to the clerk with an apologetic half smile.
Okay. I'm not really supposed to be chatting to... wow. I didn't know you worked for the union, sir. Anything else?
No.
I don't... Not really. No. I don't know, really... long.
No need to worry. It's just standard procedure for us to ask around.
Okay. Uh-huh. I don't... Uh-huh. I don't really know it. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
The plaque on the shelf reads,
I would say the book is also very daring. The author, certainly.
you feel like you should get this one. Definitely. It's important somehow. There's something personal inside.
A true cultural touch.
You've acquired an interactable item.
Browsing through all the books with all their suddenly, high-speed love. Next to that,
I'm sorry.
Hello again, sweetie.
the worker, isn't it?
Can I help you? Yes. Have you got it? For the room. 60. Yes.
see ahead. You immediately feel drawn. The door does not budge.
You do? It's a door in the back of the kitchen. Why do you care where it leads? Yes.
It's hardly a side investigation. You already have a name for it.
If you say so, Gart is the person to ask about this.
The door does not. The kobold.
Fuck does Kuno care? Kuno doesn't... Fuck does Kuno care? Yeah? Dunno. Keep that guy...
Kipped is a pejorative term used...
Look, Kuno doesn't...
Yeah. What was she doing in the greenhouse in... Yes, it seems suspicious.
Yeah, whatever. Shit, look...
Don't tell the pig shit, Kuno! Pig's choking! He's totally choking!
If I were to want to waste my time...
The usual being. Have you seen anything out of the ordinary? Or have you seen anything suspicious?
Just a couple...
Yeah, you
Looks like
Probably climb... You heard... I don't know. Mesco.
there is no Night City any...
Why you got... You wanna... It's not...
Lay.
That's the name of Kuno City, bitch. Get the fuck off Kuno's back. This shit ain't...
It's impossible.
Kuno's...
He's trying to hide the fact.
Kuno knows what you meant. Kuno's fucking...
He's trying...
Kuno knows all kinds of shit. Kuno's not a... Your test...
Get lost!
Kuno doesn't...
Yes?
Hello again, officer. Well, this might be the last snow we get. At least I hope so. Snow has nutrients in it. Helps.
Yes, think about the cute grandma, not the weird snow. Stop looking at her. Look around. What do you see? That's right. And the canal, the bookstore, the harbour gates. This is a great vantage point for keeping an eye on you. Glad to have been of service. Now you know the locals are keeping tabs on you.
Of course. There's the pier, the Cape Side apart, the harbour gates. Some kind of commotion, some shops and a bridge. The canal bridge just cold. It's just water. No, actually, what do you mean? Yes, sir.
He knows where we are. You just...
No problem. Excuse me?
She's uncomfortable.
Oh. Well, I didn't write it there. I don't know any...
Pig is a...
No need to worry.
Okay. Well, I didn't.
bed is cold. The front of this quarterly journal features a large satirical portrait of the late King Friesa. From the sides of his head to your after rifling the magazine is divided. The Greatest Innocence by browsing through your educational disappointing. Browsing your disappointing. You'll never get anywhere with that attitude.
I help you? Yes, well... Great. Thank you. It's good you paid before 9 p.m. or your will be locked electronically. Please pay for each night.
I'll take a room here too.
Of course. Always happy to have officers from the RCM. Do I have a shake?
He sound, and it's not a
Am I?
because
I'm...
play it calm.
Like what? Can I help you? Another thing. Oh, yes, that door, sure. No, I don't have a key. Or some boring store.
He's attempting to maintain an...
Fine, okay, a little. But my job doesn't leave me... So, I haven't opened it. I have cleaned the whole place 100 times over, though. Yes?
worker is in a deep slumber.
Make way for the master poet. Oh.
Time to relax. He's merely joking.
Can't even get a few jokes past. They usually get shipped to Grodd in the Occident. Not unless they believe this rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of.
A motor lorry, also called a camion.
Good eye, my man. Yup.
There it is again. A little touch of sadness beneath his
This rockin' beauty. Sure is. Like a rash you can't get rid of.
A motor lorry, also called a camion.
Neat. For carrying large...
There it is again. The man taps his fingers rhythmically against his arm.
It's like, whatever's going on over at the dock, some pretty wild... I've heard talk there's a company rep in town too. Like, they want to keep that money flowing in.
He doesn't blame them.
Anything else? Yeah, this ain't really my area of expertise. Us lorry drivers. Camioners. You still hang around. Not my thing. Chasing transient pleasure.
Hello again, sir.
You fail to deduce anything. She waits intently.
Come on, anyone would notice that. Hello again, sir.
The girl keeps her hands folded, hidden.
What do you mean, sir?
She knows where this is going. She looks around, anxious. The lieutenant stands by, looking at the two of you, a facade of true professionalism. He is far more intrigued by the situation than his poise reveals. She brings out her reddened hands.
And you knew this from me keeping my hands folded? Well, that proves nothing. Anyone could do an easy deduction like that.
She nods, half provocative, half enthusiastic.
Maybe so, sir. Okay, I know it's a bad habit, and I shouldn't. It was okay, sir.
There's more that can be achieved here. Ask her to do the same.
You're quite sober.
The lieutenant does not flinch at the comment. He does not flinch even a single bit. He is intensely not flinching. It takes effort.
Because you usually aren't. Fritz?
There she stands. There's something you're missing.
Oh, King, I think that's why.
Seems like most people who...
But it does make the famous people more. Okay, sir. I do my studies at home at the moment. Mum says it's necessary. Mum says it.
Behind her, the window.
It's the type, or there could be a story about. I haven't read many of them. I'm sure she can help out. Maybe some about other.
These shelves are overburdened with books.
Oh, crime, Rob, you're a police officer.
Crime fiction is a disgrace. These books greatly overstate the excitement of police. What's more, they completely ignore the psychological hardship. Not a single mention of all the stress. You see Dick Mullen on the job. Get me Mullen. A killing is declared. Dick Mullen in the murder house. The final case of Dick Mullen. Oh no, turns out he faked it to solve a case. Yes, there's also the dame who did it. Farewell, my Mullen. Faking death seems to be a common trope in the Mullen series. Tragedy calls for Dick Mullen. And after all this, you still haven't found the answer to the one question that matters. Who is Dick Mullen? Your quick eye notices a small caterpillar crawling across the spine of a book. A worn paperback from Dick Mullen's classic hard-boiled phase. The premise, could it be the motifs of unstable identities and shocking betrayals? Then this is the book for you.
Welcome to... Be welcome. And please, take Sir, don't be ridiculous. I said one has to earn one's...
Certainly there are good things to be said about dependence.
Now, hey there. Sounds like someone is fighting enemy. My philosophy is everyone just getting along. I am the proudest owner of our little shop of culture. Annette, yes, my daughter. I hope she wasn't slacking off again with her Wonderful! Did you talk to her? Great! On a scale of 1 to 10, how compelled...
Her opinion of her daughter depends on how well she lured you into the store.
My precious, her dedication brings joy to my heart. If you have children, I hope they turn out as great as my Annette. Mind your own business, sir.
Denial is the way she copes with criticism.
You must be kidding. There's nothing good, sir. What does a young...
Such criminal behavior...
Those countries will realize they've raised a lazy and...
Yes, we've had quite enough fun here. Right.
God, I've told her not to do that. It's disgusting. And
This economy is a mysterious force.
She can, if she has enough...
Come on, ma'am. It's obvious she can't do anything about it. You are placing an unnecessary burden on a young child.
She stands stiff. She's looking for one. But there's
Oh, no. Hold on. I need to... There. I don't know what to say to you. My husband, he tries to teach me business lessons. I have what my mother called a dull mind. All this stress.
It sounds like both the husband and the mother treat her the way she treats Annette.
Oh, well, my mother was horrible, of course.
My husband is completely different, of course.
Yes, my husband is a successful entrepreneur east of the river. If only he were more involved in the business we're running up here. It's a proper place to... Most of the buildings, he made the initial investment.
Super silent, almost inaudibly so.
Yes, I'm afraid so. A real treat she is. We're quite busy people, you know, my husband and I. I'm sorry. I'm sure you do. She's been too busy, I assure you.
And hell freezes over. The woman looks aloof. Hey. Psst. Yes, you. Word on the street is you're ready to start building communism. You keep saying things like, down with the bourgeoisie, eat the rich, sodomize the landowners, impale all people who have more than 20... Oh yes, the mass. Everyone can see that. So tell failure. It's about failure. Of course you do. You are failure. You alone. Against every living you. Now get to work. Come. Oh yeah. Get the firing squad. Too late to back out now.
I'm sorry, sir. I can't talk right now. I'm very busy with my homework.
You just can't win. Out of the rain and into the gutter.
Math. It's really difficult. Like, really. They say you need it to... Oh, I found something while you were away. I thought this would fit you. Like, thanks for helping out. Not me. The city, I mean. Like a detective. Just what Dick Mullen would ask. I got it from behind the curtains. Not really. Yes, just like the one Dick Mullen wears all the... Right, I have to get back to my homework now. Before Mum notices. Hi, Ace Detective.
Because you know each other. She's been talking to you so openly because you've talked before.
Yes, maybe you're interested in books? Hi, Ace Detective.
A small mountain of colorful board game boxes. This coin-operated viewer
Yes?
The sight of bullet holes stirs something in you, making you forget the loot.
Where? There? Those are old. These bullets were fired during the revolution. Not much.
Have you no shame?
René, you are...
I'm trying to, but you keep breaking my concentration. You're old. I can see that. We're both old. Now stop grabbing your ass like it's a girl.
You are immediately surprised by the ball's lack of weight. No matter, you'll make it work. The cold metal ball is surprised. Already, a chilly breeze ruffles your hair as you an embodiment. Some would still say you're a cop, but I guess we're beyond that now.
Merde! Bordel de merde!
A whorehouse of shit. It wasn't whorehouse of shit.
What the hell is your problem? I don't care if you are a cop. You do not just ruin someone's game. You vandalized our game, son. We can't play pétanque with 5 bull. Yes, pétanque.
Take it easy, René. This is just...
Of course there's harm done, you orange slug. You are as good. Mistakes are forgiven. When men at least try to right their wrongs.
Yes. Why did you come here? It's unlikely they know anything about the murder.
Yes, the Debardiers Union pays me to stand vil. I'm an old man. Don't sleep more than a few hours.
He feels like he has to justify himself for some reason.
Yes, it does. Unfortunately, I wasn't working that night. No one. The bus has been unmanned.
No one has been guarding.
Yes! It's...
Look, officer. The container yard doesn't actually need a guardsman. Never had one before, René.
The possibility of someone being in there.
Evrard created this job for René because he knows the Royal Carabiniers' pension of honor and PTSD isn't something a man can live off. A decorated Kingsman collecting tear reflects bad on the whole neighborhood. His words.
Look, officer, can we conclude the topic of my guard boost now? She is...
The lady is Jeanne-Marie Beaulieu, and she sure as hell wasn't a nobody.
Yes, like I said, I would be up anyway, so unfortunately I don't. Unlike most of the locals, I have no in Martinez. The union is the law, so can you... Cop is a pejorative term. I don't have a problem with...
He doesn't know about the crime. Your time is better spent discussing politics.
If I knew, I would not be afraid to tell you. I see...
This is a man with a lot of past, but little present. And almost...
Yes. Yes. It was... Why what? Because that's what happens when communards hijack your country. Sadly, no. It was the foreigners who brought them to their knees. We should have fought dirty, like they did with their suicide sex cult propaganda and mad anarchist women strapped to shrapnel bombs.
It was probably a bit more complicated than that.
Because this place is a damn beachhead. Yes, the military Martinez was used as one of the 3 footholds in Revachol during Operation Deathblow in 08. The other 2 are... This here is Blood Ground.
Blood Ground? You got old René going there. Like he isn't hanged.
Damn right, son. The rest of the city got cleaned up, but not...
Well, it's your own damn fault.
You don't even be...
Thinking men have opinions on these things. Present one.
I'm sorry it had to be them. I would have preferred if the Right Honorable King Guillaume returned through Revachol.
This royal failure.
Instead, all that is just, holy, and beautiful in the world. This is just what the commies wanted. This was their plan all along. This is what they wanted to replace the role of the suzerain with. A true king in both blood and mind. Led Revachol before Frissel. Damn Frissel. He was the king we couldn't protect. The Carabin, the suzerain is the king.
Soon, they will forget everything. Him too. Then he chooses anger.
It's no use talking to you. You were still in Daddy's balls when it happened. We are still waiting for a replacement for the bull you sent sinking.
I have
Yes!
René, it's a little pleasures. Hello, officer. How may... Oh, sweet Jenny. She was the...
Do not defile her memory, Gaston.
His tone lacks its usual intensity, like he doesn't feel he has the right to speak on the matter.
We knew her, all right. lived on the same street. She was René's first girl back when the prick was 16. They were courting till he decided he'd rather die.
And then you stole her from me.
Oh, officer. It already got ugly nearly 80 years ago when the three of us...
You stole her from me.
Well, technically, you stole her from me, because we'd been pretty close.
We were just boys then. This was different. No point starting this all over again.
She died of pneumonia 2 winters ago. René and I were both by her bed.
Died. No use sugarcoating it.
Departed. She could never make up her mind about anything. What to have for breakfast, favorite. She was always leaving one of us for the other, but never long enough to actually get married. Heck, technically, we both still...
You always confused her.
He suddenly remembers you are still there.
Of course, officer. Memories are all we have left.
Yes?
There are clothes in...
Don't be shy. These...
Save the economy.
Haven't you heard, officer? We've got to be economically conscious. Recycle. Look around, officer. You see all these premium goods just sitting there? Is this really the economy we want to leave to our children? I can't go extinct, officer. I've got...
You find your hands deep in tatter...
Economical, but also trendy. Look first hand, buy second hand. Keep the economy moving.
Wow, you work hard. Oh, yes. You hustle. Oh, yeah. Like a horse. Look at yourself. That is the sign of a hustler who never gives up. The world is harsh and people are evil. That's just what it ain't easy. But you do it. Day in and day out. You didn't make the rules, but you won't lose. You're a cop and a sprinter and a money printer. Wasn't easy getting that giant novelty check. Sure. Are you rich? That's right. You work harder than anyone. You almost rode yourself to the grave, and you're still practically a hobo. Why is that? The Gart man has set himself up one of those self-replicating money structures. You should learn from it. Don't, because of the taxes. Aren't taxes almost non-existent in the Gotham estate? That is revolution. You and I both, but they got 98% of all your money. Here you go, hustler. Fight the righteous fight. small, wrinkled woman does not greet the photo. An ambrote, it's the warmth of a winter night.
Is this about the questions again? Because a warehouse? I don't know.
She looks up.
Fine. For it doesn't have a warehouse. Just a little back room here. Okay?
A small cabinet on their logo is the...
Just ask me if you need anything from St. Baptiste. We don't stock prescription meds, but we do have Nosafed, Duramine, Magnesium, and Hypnogamma.
A colourful display there, in that dark green glass, all in vain. The great flowing river of warmth, wine, alcohol, beer, alcohol.
Guess not, no. I'm obliged to inform you that both alcohol and cigarettes damage your health, but I guess you already know that. No, Frick only sells legal. The pale ale, you know. I mean, I already said it.
Substances give powerful bonuses. Use medication, like Nosafed.
The pale age vodka is special, I guess. You know. Sure. So, are you gonna buy anything, or...? Here you go, mister.
Well, hello. Someone seems to have found what a solid can of mass production. Wow, the gods of mass production. There's a satisfying pop. A golden sun melts down your throat. Its rays filling your nostrils with sunshine. Your stomach melts from it into a happy, gooey mess.
In the bottom right corner of the screen, there's an alcohol button. Alcohol gives +1 to physique skills. Physical instrument.
From the void we can. The door is closed. Still, the lieutenant gives... He doesn't like it. You should pick that fat, juicy cigarette butt from the... Who knows what you are? How very astute of you. This renders it in... The idea... Like a cat rubbing itself against its own... Good. Plus, smoking them gives massive... The fan is spinning. The lights are... The bed is cold. The window stands broken. The greatest browsing through your disappointing. Browsing through your educational survey is disappointing. Browsing through your disappointing. Browsing through the various chapters. Your disappointing. You'll never get browsing through the various your disappointing. Browsing your browsing your disappointing.
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. We can pick up where we left off tomorrow. Yes? Yes?
This is the door to the room.
Just a moment. You had some questions earlier.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum. Then...
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting to discuss the RCM? I have a cigarette every night when I...
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly cool with that.
I apologize, but I only brought one with me. I have exactly one cigarette every night while going... You mean this? This isn't cool. It's an unnecessary trial of will and unhealthy. Yes, it's been... Well, we didn't... And there's still much to do at the crime.
He would have put all of this more harshly, but he doesn't want you to feel completely discouraged. Probably because he's afraid that you'll just give up and keep drinking.
It's not my job to evaluate your methodology, officer. We conducted an interview with Everard Clare. He wasn't particularly forthcoming with useful information, however.
He's not saying much on the matter because he thinks you could have gotten more out of Everard.
Claire also helped you, how should I say, remember your name? That's a relief. Moving on, we tried to interview the White Pines Red, but she asked us to do something for her first. Fine, so be it. I have a feeling Joyce knows how dangerous the situation really is.
If Kim is emphasizing something...
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? You run a lot. Is that a standard Precinct 41 practice? It's impressive, especially for a man your age, and in those hills. Nice shoes, by the way. I like the green. Goes with the orange. They're quite limited, actually. The power officers of the Ravachol Citizens Militia exercise most frequently is imposing fines of up to 1,000 real for offense. The RCM's primary role is to ensure safety. We are not really supposed, yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM. We can arrest people, of course, but rather than bringing someone in directly, it's preferable to serve a station call slip. It prevents confusion and overcrowding. You can't. Those who don't show up become fugitives, though, and have fewer legal rights when they are eventually caught.
When power calls you, you come. But power itself is a fragile trick of deception.
We are permitted to use whatever force we deem necessary, even lethal. Yes.
But he says it matter-of-factly, and
that's an improbability, perhaps even impossibility. Precinct 41 is known for a higher-than-average rate of police violence.
He's not judging you. He's respectfully acknowledging the difficulty of working in your precinct.
You have to supply compelling evidence for not a good position to be in, by the way. Internal Affairs handles these cases thoroughly. We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts. The coalition government. The RCM was formed by the coalition government to restore order in the international zone. Or perhaps it is better to say we were allowed to form. It's a point of contention whether the citizens of Ravachol or the coalition government founded the RCM. Be sentimental if you like. Either way, the Moralington leases us the right to keep the peace in this city, and they will take it away if we misuse it.
Or if they think you do.
The Moralist International are the world's largest political organization. You know who they are. They have been running this place after the revolution. They're a union of center-left and center-right parties across the Real Belt. Our coalition government is just one of... Interesting question. It's a blue forget-me-not. Their motto is love, compassion, self-discipline. I think you can gauge what they want you to think of them from that.
Something kind, something almost, something ominous.
What do they believe in? They are Dolorians. They believe they...
Those others say they continue the human...
A historic figure? The author of the modern age? You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The subject of humanism is too abstract for me. The Moralington are a fact. I try not to have opinions on facts until they change. And it doesn't look like that's about to happen.
It is more than that. There's some kind of affection in him.
Yes, I did, when I was younger. In my 20s, I considered myself a moralist. A blue forget-me-not, a piece of the sky.
That's another leitmotif associated with moralism.
But the years have changed that. I don't know what I believe in now. No, I believe in the RCM. That's enough for me. Do you? In fact, we would need them even if you didn't think that way. We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply vigilantes. Spoken like a revolutionary, not a cop. But hypothetical aside, in Martinez we already are vigilantes. At least the Union...
The dying light. This soldier is the highlight of the day for me. He thinks an aerostatic passes overhead.
They really don't like us here. And the mouth on that kid, Kuno. It's different in land, in Jamrock and the GRIH. It's our fault for leaving this place to the dogs, to the Union, to the company, not daring to come here more often. This place has fallen between the cracks, the jurisdictions of our two precincts. We run this city. West of the river is RCM land. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are... But we are in control, and it's worth it. The organization works, our systems work. If they did, me too. But I wouldn't count on any drastic changes in our lifetimes. Well, and there, I look for... We conducted an interview. He was...
He's not saying much on the matter.
Claire also helped you... How should I say? You can look. We tried to... I have a feeling.
If kid...
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? It's impressive. Especially for a man your age. Nice shoes, by the way. I like... Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
The worker is in a deep slumber. The worker is in a deep slumber. The worker continues to nap, undisturbed despite you shaking him. This guy is a real juggernaut of...
Make way for the master. It's like whatever's going. Some pretty. I've heard talk. There's a anything else. Us lorry. Not my thing.
What's better than chasing transient pleasure?
Hello again, officer.
The worker is in a deep The worker is in a deep slumber. There is only one way to...
Why they...
Looks like a sound...
Wait.
Officer, even after a rude...
Thank God.
The worker...
I don't...
A little... mean.
Listen.
He doesn't sound...
Haven't you noticed what's going on outside? We're in the middle of a strike down at the harbour, trying to force... For one, I could use some more shut-eye in the mornings. Right to work. Nate got it. Majoret's got it. He's guarding the gate. I'm just getting some sleep. Or was.
The way he says measurehead implies ultimate trust in this head reckoner's physical prowess.
We are the workers, the union. We know what we need, what's right for us. Okay, I guess there's also Everard. He's in charge of the union. He's smart, knows how to negotiate. Indeed. Help yourself to some. Wait. No. Oh, yeah. What about it? You know, people die here every day. Someone's found. If someone has decided to die on top of a tree, I can tell.
You have a pretty solid feeling that
They say your guy was a killer. Your tree man. He has friends, same as him, killers. There's only one thing they know well. How to wreak havoc. Everyone. It's a...
Meaning, you're not gonna get more. It was probably his colleagues from the Union.
You heard what I said. Draw your own conclusions.
The lieutenant gives you... So Union people think he was a killer, he thinks. Even the dock worker doesn't... You should pick that who knows how very the idea like a cat rubbing itself. Good. Plus the greatest browsing your educational serve disappoint browsing your educate disappointing browsing through your educate browsing your disappoint browsing your education disappointing. The greatest browsing your education disappointing. You'll never get. This is the...
Just a moment.
The air outside is brisk. The lieutenant is silent for a moment. He listens to the traffic hum.
Where shall we begin? We should talk about the investigation, first and foremost. But I also remember you wanting... I have a cigarette.
Oh man, he looks so devastatingly...
I apologize, but I only... You mean this? Yes. Well, and
he would have put all of this more harshly, but he does.
It's not we conducted. He wasn't particular.
He's not saying much on the matter because he.
Claire also helped you. How should I say? Remember your name? That's a relief. Moving on, we tried to interview the wife. I have a feeling, Joyce.
If kid.
Above all, though, today was exhausting. What's with all the running? It's impressive, especially for nice shoes, by the way. I like it. They're quite limited, actually. The power of the RCM's prime, yes, although indirectly, as citizens can always request. Officers of the RCM have been known to take bribes of less than the prescribed fine amount. It undermines trust in the RCM. We can arrest people, of course. You can't.
When power calls you.
We are permitted to use whatever force. Yes.
He says it matter-of-factly.
You have to supply compelling evidence. Not a good position to be in, by the way. That's an improbability. Perhaps even impossibility. Precinct 41 is now.
He's not judging you. He's respectfully acknowledged.
We don't convict. We arrest and send them to coalition government courts in Courant and La Delta. The prosecution works off our testimonies and records, which is why it's paramount to keep them. The coalition, the RCM, or perhaps it is better to be sentimental.
Or if they think.
The Moralist International are the world's largest. They're a union of center-left, and
What do they be? Those others say.
interesting.
Something ominous.
The historic figure, the author of the modern age. You will have to look elsewhere for opinions. The moral intern are a fact. I try not.
It is more than that. The lieutenant breathes out to Chestnut's.
Do you? We are in what is called the twilight of international law. The laws we claim to enforce come from the MI. Without them, we are simply. Sadly, it is what we already are to the people of Martinez. Most of them, at least, especially the Union. Vigilantes. I expect our job here to prove quite challenging.
The dying. This an aerostatic passes.
They really don't. It's our fault for we run this city. It's incredibly hard. Human beings are. Me too. But I wouldn't count on any dress. Yeah, it's getting very cold now. Let's go.
Hello again, sweetie. Oh, I'm perfectly from where I was standing.
The door is. bed is cold and not particularly inviting, but it's yours. The sheets feel at once coarse and clammy against your skin. The bed sags beneath your weight as you and then sleep. And then sleep doesn't come. Obviously, you're in bed. Maybe it's the bed's fault. Its synthetic filling has separated. It barely covers your toes, stretching over your soft belly. Under your thrumming eyelids, you see a dizzying array of colors. It's a little better. Colors, scenes, and half-formed phrases still litter your mind. Something to do with, what was it that the lieutenant said? Union? Your breathing steadies. A great silence washes over you until your eyelids.
Do you remember the scent of your childhood? You're not kidding anyone, Harry. You don't remember shit. Tell me, do you remember your wife's hand on your face? You know who I am. I'm the bad day. The one where you ask her, and then later in the streets, wandering. It's the worst day of all time, Harry dear. And it's coming. She will hear about it on the phone. Reality will turn into a grotesque nightmare. This will be the last thing you did to her. Tell me, do you remember the love of your life? Do you remember the warmth of her thighs, between her legs and in her mouth? Oh no, Funky baby, you stayed. It was the rest of it that left. Or you just stood there, with one hand up. Tell me, where are your friends? Human beings have friends, Harry boy. Where the hell are your... No, it's gone. 3 times gone. You found Elysium. Everything. The Pale and the Islas. On the surface. The outer magnetosphere. Burning, furious. You really dropped the ball, Harry. 4. You're not coming back from shit. Thrashing around in that high conductivity state of yours, bumping into things and acting like a clown. Who are you kidding? You're trying to what? I can't hear you. This is just a...
So something is wrong. Sleep shouldn't be this bad, this dry, this unnourishing. Oh yes, party boy, and it's worse than the one before. Just think of the shit you saw. Here it comes too. So soon already. A silent alarm goes off in your... Time to go to work in the shit factory.
Good going, buddy. Really? Because you feel even worse this morning than you did last night. You mean, why are you so tired? Too tired and down to even think? It is worrying, isn't it? You can't be a detective like this. Detectives need to be able to think. It's just that your heart has finally pumped all the speed out of your system, Buster. Time to get some more. Don't do that. Stay strong. The hangover will wear off. You don't need to keep doing this to yourself. Speed is a potent central nervous system stimulant. You got up from this floor because of a holy vow you made 16 years ago. Don't be silly. There was no vow. You were Of course. Martin, you and Speed will be...
We should think about calling it a day, maybe. The nights are still miserably cold this time of year. Do that. I'll be waiting for you downstairs tomorrow.
Can I help you? Got the 20 real? Good. You got the room for the night, but remember, you'll need another...
Just a moment. And there's...
The closest phone...
It's fine, I understand. Thank you anyway. I'm glad to see you again, dear. Please don't trouble yourself about me, sweet. The union office the manager was vague about...
Why would he be?
To let the young woman who's house-sitting for us know that we may be delayed. I was also hoping she'd heard from Morel. That's just it. This isn't like him, but you have more important things.
More important than a missing expedition? I don't know. Expeditions often lead to something interesting.
Just some field work, sweetie. Morel is a highly trained scientist. He and his assistant, but they should have returned by now. Oh, sweetie, it's nothing like that. Gary's as loyal as they come. I trust him with my husband's life any day. There's a nameless old fishing village nearby.
I can't say it's the best part of town.
Do it. Find her husband. This will surely lead some fringe sciences exact.
Are you sure we have time to go chasing after bug hunters just now? I did suggest we play it cool, but... I sincerely doubt it.
Oh, thank you, officers. Truly, I'll be right here if you come across any sign of Morel.
Morning. Looks like we can get to work at once. The union muscle turned up. They look rowdy. We should talk to them. I completely forgot. Sorry, I had a rough night's sleep. One loose thread less to worry about. And one big problem, I mean ungovernable. Martinez isn't men who drink beer. A lot of things, but that's not a lot of things. That would just escalate. In fact, even one more thing before we do. We don't have to talk to them immediately. We can...
Good. A power move. Purposefully concentrate on something else first. But aren't you curious to know what they have?
They're in no hurry to leave.
Hi, Ace Detective. Hi, Ace Detective. Are you here for more books?
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Just an ordinary wall. Yeah.
Why must we stop to look at this wall?
Just an ordinary wall. Yeah. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see. Yeah. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Yeah. What? Just an ordinary wall. Nothing. Yeah. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing. Yeah.
Why must we...
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see. Yeah.
Why must we...
Just an ordinary wall. Nothing to see here. Yeah. Just an ordinary wall. Because you see it. Finally. This wall is sublime. All the other walls on all the other... Oh, wall father.
Huh?
He sounds tired. Cindy the Skull has all the necessary materials. Talk to her.
Mm-hmm. Sure. If you must.
Hello again, officers.
What for? Well, if it's for art. But what kind of art are we? Let me stop you right there, Piggy. You have no idea, do you? No idea. No brush? Fuck off. Yeah, not gonna hold my breath, Piggy. You look like you'd suck.
They do say the painter always paints his own portrait.
That's pretty fucked up. Even for you, Piggo.
You're a real sad sack. Oh, but I'm all out of fuel oil.
Fuel? That wasn't paint. It was heavy fuel oil, marked red for use by government vehicles.
What do you think I was using?
You know what you should be able to find in your government-issued vehicle? Red-dyed heavy fuel oil. Are you kidding me? Fuel oil is so much cooler. No way you're disfiguring that beautiful wall.
My fuel oil is for my kinema. Use your own fuel if you are unable to contain your artistic impulses, but please, leave my kinema out of it.
As you turn, a bright light catches your eye. From a distant sunset, a stage light, flash photography, nowhere in particular. What are you, deaf? Yeah, you have. You're a big dick cop. Yeah. This is the beginning of your... With a sudden flash...
You're back. Good. What can I help you with? You're back. Good. Until you come up with something at that intersection. I'm afraid I have little else to tell you. But I'll try. Ask, how do you think they're financed?
There was a...
With all due respect to the... Precisely. Smuggled out? No. This is a limited time opportunity. Thousands of...
Well...
What is...
Why I had to call East Motor Track.
I am sorry for the... How do you...
There was...
With all... Precisely. Smuggled out of that very gate. No.
Well...
What?
Why I had...
I am so...
We know...
Well, we did.
We...
Well...
She simply nods.
On the contrary,
They must have someone in...
I suggest you go back and canvass for more suspects.
Yes?
Stuck in the rain in a traffic jam, man. Nope. Don't. Some of the other drivers do, though.
Yup. Nothing wrong with...
You could also check the kiosk down the street. Frit. With 3 T's. Ah, man. But those days are behind me. Hey, man.
Entrapment is a practice whereby...
We have a crit...
Not me. Gotta guard the...
A rhyme...
Look, man. I try to stay away from the criminal underbelly of Revachol.
Let me handle this. Detective disorientated. Are you still wondering where you are?
Her entire character has shifted. This young woman is cold as ice.
That's right. I am not a gardener. So let's get to it. You're looking for Titus Hardy? You think he has information that will help you? Maybe he does. That's Titus.
It doesn't matter if you recognize our...
She says nothing. Her glare speaks for her.
Aggressive? You make your living enforcing violence. These people are just...
Just dock workers. Do dock workers.
Listen, you moral intern lackeys. You're a mob.
Fuck yeah.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. I don't need privatization peons from a rent-a-cop. Just do your job, ask your questions, then get out of Martinez. What are we going to do to you?
Why did you say that? Did you forget you're a cop? Again?
The Union isn't going to do. If anything, it is the RC. What you want is of no significance, officer. Don't test like I already told you. I'm a legal counselor. Do you have hearing problems? Aggressive?
Just duck.
Listen.
Fuck.
So ask what you came to ask, or get back to your commanders. Get sober. Do your job. Ask your questions and get...
A couple of indicator lights are missing. This panel usually closes the water lock. A rusting... This panel... You pull the lever, nothing happens. Nothing happens. A spring brings the lever back to its original position. Wasn't there a sign over there saying functionality will be restored on when... You pull, nothing happened. A spring bring... Wasn't there a...
It's not often that I see officers from the art. What can I do for...
His courtesy is not insincere, but he prefers being alone with his projector, just watching the movement of light across the walls of the shop.
I haven't had any problems myself.
Who are your customers?
All kinds of people come through. As you can see, I have a wide selection of goods for everyone to choose from. It keeps me entertained. Let me have a look. Anything else you're thinking of selling? I'm not purchasing it, and especially that.
Your mother is a necrotic object!
Another time, perhaps.
Yes?
heavy steel door with the door doesn't. Behind the dockworkers, a ceiling height window. The hawthorn branches scrape the glass like bony fingers. The tear machine stands. Your bottles clunk into the machine, and the money appears. The tear machine stands in the corner. A sign says, 1 bottle equal.
No. You need tear to use the tear machine.
The greatest browsing your edge disappointing. Browsing your edge disappoint. Browse your edge dis browse your edge dis brow your dis brow your edge dis brow your 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 browsing through the your educational survey. That's incorrect. Solar resign. Then go with your best. A pop quiz. Thanks, Dolores Day. Dolores. Incorrect. Her colors. Steer clear of this. Yes, the quiz. Correct. As the question easy. Everybody knows the answer to this. You, me, anybody. Incorrect. Even though, please, relax. Correct. Franco, question, got it under control. The final, I've got it. Of course, zero. Oh, yes. Obvious. Everything. A D. You would have done better if... The greatest browsing your ed probably for the best. Browsing your education probably for the best. Browse your probably for the best. Browse your browsing your probably for the best. It wasn't looking too good. Missouri. The Greatest Innocence by Joe. Browsing your probably for the best. The bed is still cold from the broke. The bed is...
Here we are again, my broken bud. The waves are... You're not... It's your disgusting body. Even through your sleep you feel a...
Every cell in your body is moaning in agony, asking, what did we ever do to you?
And why might that be the case? What lava lights on such a bloated corpse to be?
Now you've gone off the rails, baby. Now you're stuck sitting here by the track. You're just stuck here. In the hot...
Oh, baby.
Maybe if you know, Maybe if you weren't so hard on yourself.
What do you think you're doing right now? Coming to some...
Let it.
But it never seems to let...
The woman in an RCM patrol.
I would really prefer not to talk to...
A patrol officer is the lowest rank in the RCM, below lieutenant and sergeant.
Okay.
Yes?
Can I help you?
Oh, hello, dear.
The woman
I would really prefer...
A patrol officer is the low...
Yes, I am. I know.
Here's the real deal.
It's hard to tell whether he's sarcastic or sincere. But if you had to guess, you would...
I'm definitely not the cavalry. I don't know. I mean, why would I want to talk to you? No, you're not. You're not the only...
Something changes in her.
Okay, fine. Let's...
What does what...
What precinct?
Am I from? God, he doesn't know.
Fucking deranged lunatic.
You're getting an intellectually unsatisfying vibe from this conversation.
I don't...
Don't say anything, Judith.
I'm just looking...
No one. I'm just a man with sunglasses. And you are?
Yes. A policewoman who just...
You look like shit. And I don't mean that as a metaphor. Wow. You seem stable. And in control. Now what do you want?
There's something about this guy that matches the suit, the sunglasses, the haircut. He's famous. That's how you know his face. You know what it is. It's like the two of you know each other. Just...
Oh, I definitely know you from somewhere.
Another life.
Yes, from another life. A different life. Maybe To what station do you think you would belong in this alternate and totally fictional reality? Okay, that's plausible. That's in somewhere good.
I'm not getting involved.
It's not my style, he thinks, glancing at the man in sunglasses and the
Okay. Oh, no. You see, I enjoy...
This isn't helping.
Let's be crazy. Let's say you and I are partners. How's that for a thought experiment? Would you now, or would I be cramping your style? Never mind. Partner. Oh god, I'd hate for that to happen. You know what might help prevent that though? You doing your fucking job. You're not going... Yes sir, solving crimes, locking up just some regular boring motherfucker. Oh, it's you eccentric genius. I mean, with you, not even a...
It's an urban myth about an officer who is so far undercover he can't remember.
He's trying to protect you from... Okay, yes.
Neither can I, partner. Neither can I.
It's a mere second.
Not as famous as you, so...
Yeah, it's still irony.
Oh yes, big time. Who hasn't heard of the far-out son of liver failure? Far-out son of liver failure?
The woman has a slight smirk on her face.
No, not entirely. About what? You don't look like a cop. You know what you look like? I don't know. A sad stack of shit.
He didn't answer your question.
No. 'Cause it's not my job. Why don't you go and fucking do yours and solve this damn hanging? Actually,
Come on, Jean.
Okay, say things.
Hear that? Suddenly, out of nowhere, case-related things start popping up in your head.
You're not shitting me, Millen.
We're getting to it. They have been complete.
I would love to, but I'm busy fucking off and not cramping your style. And I don't know. Why are you? Oh my god, there's more. Okay, why not? So, do you know who hanged him? I don't know. Oh my god, watch out for yourself.
Yes? What? Of course I'm with him. Why do you ask?
Well, he's not. He's a sack of shit barely kept together by crazy glue. But at least he tries.
Please, let's not turn this into another exchange, okay? Of course I'm with him.
And you look like you don't bathe, on principle.
Please, let's not turn this into... Of course I'm with him. Oh, what? Actually, never mind. Don't tell me about it.
Wackathon? Shit show?
Of course I'm with him.
You're an ass.
Please, let's not turn this into another exchange, okay?
Oh, hello, dear.
A rusting control panel. You grab the handle and pull the lever up. As soon as the metal connects against the contact pins, you hear a loud. The water lock starts moving.
Okay, if we ever need to get to the coast, then this is the way. But please, contain your...
Focus on one thing. A banged-up motor carriage. It must be cold and low.
My guess is it started its journey from the plaza, where it backed through the fence. I agree. We should definitely investigate.
You get a sudden, sinking feeling. Why the doom and gloom? It's just a sunken motor carriage. Some motor carriages are bound to end up in the sea. The motor carriage is properly stuck in the ice. The logo is too deep in the murky water. You can't make...
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet.
The estimate is correct. The incident probably occurred on Sunday evening.
The ice hasn't closed around the vehicle yet. My guess is it's been here since last Saturday or Sunday.
Your mocking tone finds no response, but the motion of the waves.
I did not. But I'd say it has been here since last Saturday or Sunday. Let's wait for the low tide and see. I don't know. An hour or two, tops?
As you sit down in the old, rusty playground, nothing but the sound of seagulls high above in the sky, echoing like distant laughter.
Yes, it does. Let me think about it.
The tune on your lips. The lieutenant gives you a quick glance. Then, still looking straight ahead, 2 birds on a wire. The clouds pass in the sky, and the shadow of the swing moves like the hour hand on a timepiece. Looks like this might take a while. Time to present a good topic for discussion.
Well, historically, leeches have been used to prevent and even cure many...
Okay, he's thinking. I can do this. Let's do this. Well, napalm ants, for example. Clouds on the horizon grow darker, and the shadow of the swing set keeps climbing. You hear the distant rumble of the city.
God, I hope so.
Your voice echoes on the water, strange and out of place in the environment. 30 more minutes pass.
Detective, I've been able to make out the mark ever since we arrived. It is a simple and rugged machine, favored by working men. Yes, 41.
It's as if he knows what it stands for, but wants you to say it. It's pedagogical.
I'm sorry, Harry. I'm so sorry.
41. Precinct 41. No. Just no. Say no to this, Harry.
I'm afraid so, yes. It looks like you drove your police motor carriage into the sea after you jumped across a canal. Of whom? I don't think so. If detective, we don't. A rescue operation really isn't viable. That is very unlikely. You'd be lucky to find one undamaged component in there. In a few months, well, not cheaper. This motor carriage costs 40,000 real. But in the long run, it still makes more sense to buy a new machine than try to refurbish. Let's face it, this is a substantial loss to your district's budget. I mean, my station only has 4 other vehicles in addition to my kinema.
The lieutenant adjusts his glasses. There is also a 4th thing you've... more precious than the gun, the badge, and the motor carriage combined. The lieutenant... There is also... It's lost forever into the deepest of seas.
You can still whistle. Besides, the night is always darkest before the dawn. I'm afraid it will have to be there like that for me. People are more valuable than machines. Yes, let's go take a look.
Hi, officer. Anything I can help you with?
worn and beaten wood.
We can sit on benches after we've solved the murder. Let's go.
You can revisit the bench if you ever need to pass.
The scruffy-haired little boy kicked the other one. Looks indis...
Hello, mister.
She clutches a small stuffed...
Bye.
You stop mid-step.
That bottle, Bratan! Just look at that bottle!
In this drunk's hand, on the pipe there, glowing blue.
This isn't even about that! Don't you call her?
The dozing.
Hey, Tequila, good to see you. So what's happening?
Good to see you, friend.
Does he actually know you?
So what do you want?
See? There it is, Bratushka! It's our end game! Snap out of it, Bratan! This is no time for melancholy introspection! It's time, Bratan! You have to buy it from...
The lieutenant looks at you, looking at the bottle of...
In the civilized...
Great news. The boat is big enough for a grown man like you to fit underneath it, sleeping. Was it not decided that you're a hobo cop? Oh no, he's pretty much a bum now.
Huh? Sarcastic self-pity. I understand the situation.
Think of it as a self. Rust peels off the... Yet someone used to...
In this yard?
He's assessing this.
Someone thought they could have a summer house in a black block. A part of the city left unrenovated.
On aerial photos.
Practically, it's not an official term in any way. Yes, and you picked it up as...
It's not meant...
We should move.
There's no way to listen to them, but even just a pawn shop. You're not sure about the melody, but...
Welcome to the fishing village. Please lean in closer. I have cataract. I still have a golden ear. Come, come. Oh, welcome, police officer.
We are not here to...
Trouble? Say the second thing, Bratan! Shows you got style!
Oh, of course. Last time we saw you around here was 12 years ago. You also came to take care of trouble then. Wish you did. But no, not you personally. I meant the RCM. Some of the men got into a fight. One of them killed another. Locked himself in that he was brooding, needed some help opening the door. You got it open for him. It took him to think about what he'd done.
She says it as if he was on some kind of spiritual retreat.
Oh, the usual.
That's you, all right. A black hound licking your own heels.
You're not. No one around here considers us an ill omen.
Maybe they are, because you're an ill omen. But you're still welcome here. As long as men with guns aren't cheap, I'm sorry there's not a lot of room to park the motor. Ah, look at me ramble on. What brings you to us? Stay? That said, if lodgings is what you're looking for, I've got a free room in the shack. I won't charge you for it. Take it as a gesture of goodwill from the village to the RCM. No one is using it, and God knows it's not much. Oh, don't. It's your choice. No skin off my teeth. Aye. The room...
When Varson communist revolutionary Ignaz Nielsen was in hiding, he stayed in a hut on the Boreal Plateau for 10 months.
An uncomplicated man. I take it. Don't make an old woman regret a...
Well, if you are not in the hostel in the morning, I know where to find you. Here, in a shack.
He's a little relieved you're no longer in that room. Should he? This...
Finally, you have those lamos of Martinez off your back, Bratan! This looks...
Just us. This is pretty much a non...
The place is so pornographically poor. It's...
Well, there's Lillian and her kids. A few new folks live in the house to the east. And then there's the drunks. I'm sure you did. Here? For you? No, officer. The only money we have here is some coins. Over there, you can find more of the same. An old military hospital. After the war, now the area is crisscrossed with nameless streets. The goodwill ran out. The lack of...
Riddles.
Aye. Sometimes it's as though I'm also gotten lost inside this nameless nothing. As you please.
She nods, rinsing another...
Not much. There's the some things...
So...
No,
She's not telling you all she knows.
Well, there's that music. Music from... And now, suspicious look...
She nods, rinse...
Me? No one. Now it's your turn, Mr... Why, I guess I will have. He did too many narcotics. So many, he fell off his boat and split his skull on a boat.
A scattering of bullet holes is spread across the cracked wall, reaching from one corner to the other.
Mikhail noticed the windows, especially with how there are no windows on the south side. This was to deal with. You officers, come to investigate the historic subtext of West Martinez? I'm Tran Heilostam. You must be Kim Kituragi, right?
Nice to meet you.
Yes, hypertext, young carp, and the collection of cultural hyperlinks. Oh yes, so Mikhail. They had to deal with monitor glare, especially in the summer. They still had vector monitors back then. No, I can't say that we've met before, but I've heard of Kim, of course. Mikhail, say hi to the officers. Mikhail's a little tired today. We spent all night trying to run Orbis on his radio computer. Have you heard of it? It's a programming language used in Grad. Quite tricky, but he wanted to play this Grad-made adventure program. We've been getting really into Worms lately.
The man speaks in the artificial cadence of a professor, or someone who's been on too many radio shows.
But I assume you're not here for giant worms when there are so many real things to see. Just as I was telling...
This man is your half-brother. You feel it. But why? Well, get a load of this guy. He really enjoys his trivia. The Orbis programming language was named after its inventor.
Aha! But it's not just any empty old building. What not a lot of people know is this used to be the R&D
Hold on. What's R&D?
Apologies, it's an acronym for research and development. You're probably more familiar with art.
Maya Kalpa. You are not familiar with that one either. This man is a bookhead. It looks old and weathered, with seagulls picking apart.
That's not surprising. Only a vestigial income. They started out as a midway electronics outfit in Königstein 2 centuries ago. After an aggressive move, still, Tricentennial was beating them in business machines. But Feld had an ace up their sleeve. Or should I say, they were developing an ace up their sleeve? I'm mixing my metaphors here. It was here in Martinez, possibly in this very building, that they developed prototypes for a tape computer. An elegant folding mechanism of rollers and ferrotape ribbons, portable enough to be a take-it-home, which is a feat of engineering even today's giants, Rehm, ICN and ZAM, haven't achieved yet. Indeed. What?
The revolution!
Unfortunately, their moonshot project never made it to the market. Feld's move to Revachol backfired. The revolutionary... All of this was built by Feld, even the boardwalk. Wild Pines built Martinez proper as a resort for their middle management. Feld built this side of town for R&D. Actually, no one knows. No one even knows what a computer made entirely of tape would look like. But word happened.
Buckle up.
10 years ago, I did a little... freelancing, I guess you could say. I was a special consultant for an exhibition at the Wompty Dumpty Dum Center in Vredefort, Oranje. It raised the same questions and we had...
Wait, did he just say Womp? He did it. He said, what the hell is a Wompty Dumpty Dum Center? And who the hell are Keith and Guy Joost?
The Wompty Dumpty Dum Center for Contemporary Arts. The exhibition itself drew on Lagerman's notion of memory, and so there were some parallels. That's why the head curator, Paul Ockerman, chose to... In fact, I'm not. The Wompty Dumpty Dum Center is a place you can visit if you're ever in Vredefort, and but perhaps I should return to the tape computers. As I was saying, the device itself was very elegant.
Made of black film and folding tape structures.
Very, very cool. Though I understand the socio-economic causes of the revolution, it pains me to imagine the revolutionary setting fire to this precious device. But so they... Yes, the official name of the prototype. Some sources report it as the Feld Playback XP. Who knows? Maybe it was an accident, or maybe they didn't want the technology to end up in the wrong hands. Either way, they're all gone now. All 3 versions of the prototype. Nothing but debris and ashes remain inside that building. Yes, they even built a
pleasure wheel?
Perhaps reminded of a childhood memory.
Yes, to lure in their star engineers. This part of Martinez was nothing but reeds before it felt... Oh, I'm afraid it didn't end well for the boys.
He means that the boys got shot by the communists. The boys were bourgeois.
Officer, I told you this chapter of history wasn't on Mikhail's curriculum yet. Let's keep this kid friendly.
The boy looks first at you, then back at his...
They used him for... What's the Mars?
A short
It's a beautiful piece of... I tried to get Mikhail to memorize, but of course. What else? I do have some money, yes.
He's not gonna give you money. No, I mean, come on. You need the money. If it's not a thing, he can...
Of course, Detective. I wouldn't have assumed anything else. I don't know if you're familiar with this, but the Vespertine Department of Justice... If not, then you definitely should. If not for tips and tricks, then just for theoretical curiosity. Anyway, that's just a little something that sprang to mind. You were saying? No, thanks to you for having me in, little Mikhail.
Pick your brain. If anything, this was rather one-sided. He did the talking. You see, a once bright mural.
Yes?
A metal payphone under a yellow plastic. The tent is just tarpaulin fabric covered.
Come on! Get in and close the flap behind you. The warm stuff's getting out.
It's safe to assume this is their leader, or at least he thinks he is.
Sorry, we barely have room for one.
You go ahead.
I'm actually not, he thinks. I just dislike delinquents.
I'm sure you will feel right at home. I'll keep watch.
A young man with, as though you're supposed to...
Hardcore! It's hardcore! Skibber danger.
Your cop training did not... Could there have been a right way out of this garden of forking paths, you think? youngish man.
Hello, I'm on.
There is definitely something futuristic and imbecilic. Yes, his grip is strong.
This is my posse.
The young man with air.
And Egghead. Egg! Together with a Settle Burger, who's out there right now, doing some seriously progressive sonic experimentation. We like to think of ourselves as we have many in the pipeline, officer. You see, we've been all over Jamrock.
Oh, that's often.
Yeah, thank you, Egghead.
Place is a shit up.
I apologise for my friend Noid's potty mouth. I realise this is not how you speak, which brings me to the problem of occupied ecclesiastical property. I bet you've noticed that
An attempt to pander to your perceived conservative sensibilities. No person his age would ever use a word like narcom.
I'm talking about the church, and I'm not exaggerating. Even a place of spirit.
Dogheads! Burnouts!
Well, I'm sad to say, that's exactly what happened.
Strike that! The word!
And sadder yet, because the dopeheads and burp.
He leans back a little, watching you with a steady, serious good. This calls for an opinion. You're an expert in those.
They're spooky. I was hoping you would be the judge of that, officer. All I can say is, also, they don't eat or clean the building. Shit's gonna collapse. People just want to spin tapes without them spooking it up. Thank you, Egghead. So you're gonna look into it, right? It should be a police matter. All right, man.
Andre's obviously very...
I asked Noid to install a measure against more drifters wandering... I had to do it in an hurry. Of course. Noid, all right.
You sense the trajectory of the little piece of ka-ching. The key hits your palm. The speed freaks nod to you approvingly. The young man with ribcage-shaped suspenders looks at you, standing there. The word august, used as an adjective. That's out like a tequila sunset. Just felt right.
Not long. Like a week, maybe? I'm super sure they're alive.
Somewhere in the ruinous past that led you here, there was...
Yes, I do. I listen to Channel 8 all the time. I know about crime stuff, and I assure you, officer, this is not what's happening here. I don't know. Oh, yeah. I knew you'd get it. You're one smart...
It feels good to be the smart cop, doesn't it? That's a good... He nods, attentive.
Sure, man. He's a quiet man, mostly communicates through music, and by being a master of ceremonies. Well... he's just kinda here. I don't really know how to communicate with him. Yeah, sometimes. When I, stumble and find my way into his scent...
The man smiles mysteriously, choosing to let the beat speak.
Yes.
He nods enthusiastically, no doubt a little relieved.
Oh, yeah, that...
If you don't know what the founding party is, there might be a way to mask it with minor demagoguery.
Come to think of it, I've never really looked them up, you know? I can't give you a precise definition, and they have roots in ancient mass society. And they're the custodians of the Pericarnassian Church. Plus, they anoint the innocents. They, made the innocentic system, no? You're totally wrong. The Pericarnassian Church is about love is unity. Unity! Make some noise for my Insulindian posse!
You feel it, the anodes and the cathodes coursing through you. Your big toe starts tapping along to the bass. Feels good.
Oh yeah! He's coming around! Your posse's like your people, man! Like you got your cup posse!
And where is your posse, detective? Nothing comes.
Are we? Yeah! Yeah!
He seems ecstatic that
Do it for the Mac. I didn't want to say it.
the one with...
Yeah! Let it out! Let the disco happen! Bring the disco into this world!
The truth is, I don't really know. None of us do. I don't even know how many there are. Yes, there's...
This machinery.
When I first scouted the place, back in February, one of them has wires running...
Andre!
Oh, and it...
No!
Which...
Felt like...
For this man, even regular
Not exactly. We've just seen someone who we think is a woman go in and out of the church. A couple of times. And we felt someone, or something, eyeing us inside. But that's kinda it. You should talk to Noid about that. Like, you aren't alone, you know?
It wasn't quite...
Not human.
It was this dark shape. Yeah, you know.
It was stalking...
Odd. Crabs are...
Yeah, totally.
You should ask her about it.
But, well...
This is a below-feeble attempt at avoidance. Basically, he is attempting to weaponize idiocy.
Hey now! I'm 70... Don't let all that technology... Sure. As always...
So yeah, it's good you talk to Andre first. Yeah, gotta compare. See if we can align. I suck at socializing, man. Weird stuff. Wires going into...
The People's Republic of Samara is a product of Revachel's sister revolution on the Grand Isola. It's known as a severely degenerated rogue state.
I know, man. Oh, nothing's wrong with it.
The sickest.
Most of it does psionic powers. The hardcore aesthetic is esoteric. It's not meant to be
It's not easy to reach a harmonic resonance of...
Yes. Further sign matching would do good for us.
The young man...
This is hardcore! Yeah!
This young man adds... Or maybe it's not...
You know about him?
You know Van Eyck? Wow!
The skinny wraith.
So am I!
Oh!
A came to the mega! The K became the G! The boy became the man! The Advent? Back to the hardcore! It's hardcore! Skibbity.
Your cop...
The club. True! Hardcore! Hardcore to the mega! Internally coherent! Good morning, yeah! 1, 2, 3! Yeko Kata! The place to be! Yeko Kata!
Yeko, an intricate...
The club. True! Hard! It's hardcore! Skibbity, skibbadane!
Your cop training did not...
The club. True! Hardcore! Hardcore to the map! Here comes the... The club. True! Hardcore! Hardcore! Internally coherent! All car! All right! Gotta get the people going! Yeah. True! Hardcore! Hardcore! Internally coherent! All car!
He furrows his brow as...
Hardcore!
Is it though? But is it? I mean, really?
Feels like you should reply with the very pinnacle of idiocy here, so that things get totally transcendent. But you haven't gotten there yet. So you don't know.
I am the Mike Enforcer. The cloud. True. Hard. Full. Hard. In all.
He furrows his brow.
Hardcore.
The question is, what is the question? But there was a question?
One. Before you stands a This must be the infernal. Inside, you see a set of steering levers, a radio microphone, a pull-out toolbox, and the soft glow of the frequency tablet, the soft purr.
This is Precinct 57. Hello, Lieutenant.
Hello, Alice. Please assist our colleague from the 41st Precinct here. I'm putting him on.
This is Officer Alice Demetri, Precinct 57. How may I assist you? It will take
Her voice is.
Gottlieb, what?
He's carelessly chewing on a piece of hard candy.
Oh, it's you. Yes, there's no end to the misfortunes fate has seen fit to rain upon. You are? You lost your human visage a while back. With all the damage you've been dealing yourself with drugs.
There is no surprise.
What else? I'm not a...
It's hard to say if he doesn't believe you or doesn't care.
What? You want me to do blood work for you again? Tell you want the real, honest-to-God truth? And no, I don't want to hear a political...
It's not fucking cryo-actylatte. It's superglue, Doc.
Cyanoacrylate is superglue.
And you survived it, even better.
Accept it.
Anything else I can help you with? 57.
In the cabin, you see as... box with a matrix of push buttons lists all the companies in the East Delta. This button looks...
Huh. This button looks new. It's probably not connected yet.
Nothing happens after you ring the doorbell. They don't want to talk to you. An off-key melody.
Kuno, please stop calling here. Grown-ups don't have time.
She thinks you're the gremlin child. What would he say to this?
Oh, I'm sorry, officer. I thought but the doorbell is broken and the bookstore shouldn't even be on the list anymore. So I can't help you. Please don't call here again. Thanks.
A single beep indicates that the line has gone dead. There are several footprints in the mud, left by work boots. Anywhere from 6 to 12 pairs have walked here. What do you think you are? A super detective? You're hungover. These heavy workers' boots with reinforced toes and hobnails, all over the yard. Isn't this something an industrial worker would wear?
Noted.
This trash, there's something in there, not necessarily connected to the cake. Well, it is a container. Maybe.
Trash? Food waste from the cafeteria? What do you mean, Phil? We could try using a pry bar. There's one in my motor carriage, or we could ask for a key from the manager of the Whirling in Rags. He probably has one.
The corpse looks at you. You seem... The corpse looks at you with bulging white eyes. The face around them does... You seem to be holding your breath. A cargo belt twists his neck at an unnatural angle. The body below appears stiff. It's letting out an ungodly rot.
Active decay. It's okay to throw up, officer. No one is judging.
He's about to blow! Cock's gonna blow, Kuno!
There he still is, looking right the There he still is. Look it. The smell is repulsive. It pushes... Too late. It's impossible until a pool of vomit...
It's okay. Happens to everyone. The hangover is clearly...
There he still is, looking. As you breathe in, the odor comes over you. It's a smell of the mind telling you to... It's a puzzle. What's hanging in front of you is a puzzle of decaying flesh.
They do after 7 days, yes. We are deep in decomposition here.
The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants and enamel boots. His skin is greenish, marbled with decaying veins and blotched by lividity. A fading web of tattoos covers his chest and shoulders. The cargo belt used to fasten him to the branch above appears industrial in strength. The material appears to be ceramic. It's clean white, delicate and fragile. They feel alien to the world around you. These are clearly not boots. They're armor, possibly part of a larger set.
Indeed. Technically speaking, these are ceramic plate, zirconium dioxide under the heel. Fair weather model T500 VE, piece by piece. He's been out here for 7 days. It would be odd if they didn't. We should keep a lookout for these pieces. The armor could yield information. Maybe he must have worn something precious underneath his clothes. They've removed all his clothes to get to it. They did not just strip him for the putrid rags. Someone could have cleaned the yard. But that's...
I hear you, cop. Talking shit about the Kuno. Come here and say it to Kuno's face.
They usually hang them completely naked for that. La puta madre, the Mazda, the Besmerties and the like.
What? Are you trying to ignore me now?
Kuno, this boots shit is super boring and the guy's a total Victopaz.
That's for us to find out. My initial report on the area suggests he was a just something I scraped together from my...
He's not actually sure of that. He's just being tactful.
I agree. This equipment is way beyond what a guard can afford. It is. We've requested similar material for our tactical units for a full set.
For the northwest region of Revachol, an officer's average yearly income is 5,500 real, unadjusted for rank.
Not too much, yes. It's a sorry situation, I agree.
A small bell-like sound fills the air, like tapping on the side of a porcelain cup.
It's anything but. This material is a kinetic redistributor. It spreads kinetic energy horizontally, from plate to plate, dissipating it entirely. See?
Faint, organic lines cover the plates where they separate into smaller ones, like whirls of floorboards. The design looks organic, influenced by high... If trees were made of porcelain, the smooth, glossy whirls are in the shape of a number combination. 50, 100, 1,000.
Good. Can you read it to me? We have a make and a number. That's something. We can use the radio to make a name out when we're done.
This feels dangerous. Are you sure? The sabatons dangle off the man's decaying form, ageless, and the cadaver slowly twists. The man before you, the material delicate, these are clearly not boots.
Indeed. Ceramic under the heel.
This feels... the stench fills your...
Stop! Pig's gonna pull it.
Brutal!
You're about to pull his hat.
Do it, homo!
Yes, that's what I said. What are you trying to achieve anyway? Why are you hanging on to that boot? For a full set of armor, I wouldn't blame you. But these boots are hardly worth a disciplinary hearing.
It's hard to get a read on the lieutenant. What would he...
There's no way you're getting them off.
You're sure there's a way to peel them off. But first, the body needs to... The anticipation makes you crack your fingers. Feels nice.
Processing will take care of them. With the situation...
The cadaver slowly... The hangman's knot is... This is a steel-reinforced cargo...
Airlifting. I thought it was used on lorries for strapping cargo to them. The local harbor uses 6 rotors to shuffle containers around. I get the sense they use whatever was on hand, without paying much attention to not incriminating themselves. I'm still approaching this as a lynching, yes.
No. You feel like it was something else. But what?
70% of the cases I get are just filling in the blanks on the initial report. This belt worries me. A noose is one of those things that's easier. That ladder can't carry a grown man. I didn't see any splintering either, did you? I think they lassoed the branch, then pulled on the belt to close the buckle. I was afraid it would be. Thin steel wiring, parallel strands.
The cadaver had an intricate web of blue lines. His corpse is marked by alcohol and heartbreak.
Of no nation that I know of. If anything, I agree.
He takes a thin piece of milled aluminium from his coat pocket.
A Trigger Sunshine.
Trigger is the world's leading manufacturer of intercommunication.
An instant color camera. I have only 2 ampoules, so nobody move. I don't want to waste one.
A sound, a shrill flash, followed by the breaking of a small ampoule of glass. You see streams of color pour onto the thick, glossy piece of paper, rolling out.
In case we need it. Yes, it is pretty cool, isn't it? It contains insight to the victim's person. By his build, I'd say this was a man of physical violence. The story he wanted his body to tell was important to him. It is his letter. Sure, just don't lose it.
The glassy-eyed corpse looks by. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso. If you want to re-examine his eyes, dark brown hair grows on his head. His face, underneath the curdled meat, there is an expression. Not carried on his features, but...
Why do you think so? Okay.
I'm gone. I'm a joke. Look at me. There is nothing fun. A killer. Go ahead, Cobbo. In the past. What do you mean? Ask me more quick. What do... It's the power of your humanity.
Yeah, man! Don't be...
He loves those. Maybe I was getting my rocks off. Do I look like an erotic auto-asphyxiation type to you? Captain Coppodromo. I feel it. Maybe I was getting... It's a mishmash, Coppabolo. You think I'm missing? No. My hair is too light a shade of brown. My eyebrows too. Trust your inner racist. Yeah, well, he seems to... I know what this means. Because you're a cop coming right up. Cop, because... Here you go, you little... Fuck no. You're no Rooney. No. You're not a Harry either. You're a motherfucker. That's who you are. Rooney the motherfucker. Because you have loved it me in Provocopo. It was love all along. Sure, Lobo. I can ask you a question. Looking at my face, motionless. Looking into my eyes. Standing here. Why are you investigating my murder?
Something is on its way. Something hidden. It's coming. A miracle from the northwest, and it's almost here. You can feel it in the air, on your hands. The cold spring air smoothing them over.
Because your lost Copodopo would have been so loved it me in Provocopo. It was love all along. I'm a joke. A killer. Go ahead. There is nothing. A killer. Go ahead. Do I remind?
A child born with Muller's disease, harlequinism, grown up miraculously.
You sure we got out of that one? Coppellini. Do I remind you of someone?
A child born with Muller's disease.
There you go. Look at that bright kid. We're birds of a feather, you and I.
Feeling nausea, vomiting, tenderness or pain around the liver area, tiny red lines on the skin above waist level, more like days.
Come back later, Corpo. Amuse yourself with my frank manners and my memento mori features.
As you narrow your eyes, only the lower extremities are pink with a dash of blue. His fatted hands, the cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. His torso covered in tattoos, and extremities blotched pink and...
Of course. Come back.
Are you sure we finished the preliminary examination of the cadaver? We might miss some of these things once he's done.
The cadaver slowly twists on the cargo belt. His torso covered in tattoos. As you narrow your eye, only the...
How should I know why you are squinting, officer? Oh. You're trying to assess lividity.
The monster comes back into focus. An explosion of cuts.
So, what do you think? I do. Most of them are post-mortem.
Stop talking and
He means you fucked him up good, Kuno! Fucked him up brutal-like!
A pool of blood and feces has eaten into the frozen mud below the man's feet. The
victim appears to have contained no more.
The fuck is...
Talking about shit.
Did we? I don't feel lucky. I think he was upright immediately after death. Blood has gathered in his hands and feet, and his neck. The noose acted like a tourniquet, keeping the blood in his head. The hypostasis here is in tune with the hanging. That's what I think. There's always a chance. We should check for ligament marks on his neck to see if they're in tune with the belt. We'll have...
But there is no breath.
The steel-reinforced belt presents...
He doesn't actually think the challenge is unique. He thinks it's frustrating, annoying.
The cadaver is a good 1.2 meters up. Neither one of us can reach the belt without assistance. And even if we do, there's the question of cutting the airship strength material. Someone else?
What was that about processing, then? Weren't they supposed to take care of the boots? Why don't they help?
Someone like a paid garbage man? Or a cleaning crew? I know it's hard, but I assure you, the others won't come to help us. And we have a growing sanity.
Yeah! Bang bang time, pig!
How? It absolutely will not, officer. That's not how physics work. It will maybe cut one thread loose.
Yeah, now we're talking.
They'll miss! The pigs will miss, Kuno!
silence, with and produces a lightweight firearm. He drops a paper cartridge in the barrel, separates the scouring stick, and gives the cartridge 5 tucks. That's a Kiel A90-90. He then steps back and assumes the fellow's desk position, taking aim.
He's gonna fucking miss!
The kid's voice is drowned in a shrill blast that echoes off.
God damn it.
He feels bad about it. About his eyes, mostly.
Fucking idiot! Mukaba!
Kuno could have hit it easy, but then Kuno...
No, we are lucky as it is. We didn't break anything. Any more mistakes could put us in an unfortunate position with the locals. We have eyes on.
Kuno study.
The lieutenant doesn't.
I have to say, it's beginning to look... It's bad as it is. Go ahead. I'm not...
They only have...
This is the sorriest pair of...
Yeah, take it, you fucking banana boy!
The cold peak.
The fuck are you waiting?
The buckle comes into focus.
Why don't you just shoot your...
This isn't mere boundary pushing. There is a true your field of view narrows.
Look, he's crying! You gonna cry now? Fucking do it! Set me free!
You feel as though it would be dangerous.
Don't.
Do it!
Intense shit, copper.
Fucker waved his gun! It wasn't intense, it was pathetic!
The lieutenant takes the gun carefully from you.
Fucking pussy didn't shoot!
Didn't shoot me. There is sincere disappointment on her face. This kid was expecting pandemonium and release from a mortal.
We need to go to the harbor and ask the leader of the Union to have it taken down. I did not want us to be indebted to a man like Everard Clare. I wanted us to be able to deal with it ourselves. That is clearly not the case. We need help.
You need to suck my dick! What?
Wumpty Dumpty Dum Center. The man before you is naked, but for a pair of underpants. His eye dark. Underneath the curdled meat there is... The corpse looks right through. Okay, the man with the sunglasses and his hypothetical Station 41. Weird, right? There's something missing here. Something you can't put... Yes, just cross it off.
Can I help you? Mine?
Thank you for clearing that up.
Why? To keep the hobos and drunks out. That's why.
I thought as much.
Well...
It seems a little callous, doesn't it? Something stirs in you. Prod at him and find out.
What do you need them?
It concerns...
Just bring them back once you're done, please.
The door is still... The lieutenant, he doesn't like where this is... She continues to be here. all due to you being a coward and not shooting her.
Kuno, the pig's getting pretty close to me. Looks like it's time for me to go, Kuno. Pig's come to take me in. I'm going away for a long...
What's going on there? Fuck are you trying to pull, pig?
You don't want to fuck with me. I got my hands bloody.
You can still see the top.
I'll die before I squeal. What's this kid?
Get the fuck...
I'll die before... What's this?
Get the fuck out of here!
I'll die before I come from the woods.
Don't be traumatized.
I'll die before... Murder? I'll die before I...
So you tried to kill Kuno's girl? What's up with that? You want to talk about it? What? Bit?
Not all of us. Acts like that stick with you for a while.
No one's moving anywhere. Do this shit. Kuno knows where you sleep. But you and Kuno are good for now. Pals? Shoot one word out of you.
You hear the Kuno?
No, you don't need to ever talk to these little shitheads again. It's much more important to prove to this kid you're a man. A big man.
You and Kuno are fucking done. Get the fuck out of Kuno's sight.
Let's go, officer.
The kid doesn't even look at you. The man before you is naked, but for a pair of... This trash container with a well... Don't. Maybe you shouldn't. Of course you should. This is your time to shine, Hobo Cop. There is. But you... The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste.
We're just in time. This hasn't been emptied for over a week.
Wow, an Armistice caliber 50 knock cannon, half wrapped in paper tissues. So shiny. It's a giant rifle, and it's very expensive. And is that Cordon Electric's preamp with Electra F2 tubes? It is. That's too bad. Because none of those things are actually in there. There's just food waste. All you see is a broken mug with a racist depiction of the Yellow Man. It's just nothing. What's this? A blue piece of plastic. Something larger. A clipboard. A blue plastic...
Officer, is that your paperwork? Yes, it is. Look. This plastic has the RCM street grid on it. If you don't mind me asking, how did this get in the trash? Boring. Try dangerous. You should do a thorough inventory of that. I see, yes. You are what we call a badass, aren't you?
Wow, went off script there. Getting your ass handed to you. You shouldn't go picking fights if your rhetorical faculties haven't suggested it.
Tell me, does your badass see more in there, or are we done here? Oh, yes, and it would also be appropriate to start taking notes on the case. It's what cops do.
Some items, such as the ledger you found, are...
You see, milk, a box falls in among the threadbare kitchen tap, as the legs of the slime-covered jeans.
The victim's clothes? Cadaver inodor is fake. Drop them in here, officer. Guitar marked blue jeans. Pocket. The belt is missing.
Something slimy, a drab, long-sleeved shirt, olive color.
This is a military type overgarment. No label or...
The rest of the rags are just kitchen variety.
All right. We should go to Gart again and ask if he knows who put the clothes in the trash. It could be as simple as someone from the hostel cleaning the yard. Or... not really. All we know is the victim's clothes are in the trash. The lid was locked and...
The fuck's he on about, kids?
See?
The lieutenant nods. There's nothing more of interest. The container sounds a muffled gong.
That's one thing off the list. I think we got it all.
The smell of rotten food rises to greet you. You see soggy cartons, dirty rags, and organic waste. The container sounds a muffled gong. An intricate web of blue lines stretches across the torso of the hanged man. From the right, the pattern still kind of has an ethnic feel to it. Gone. For you to discover. Someone who knows about history could tell you. It's just a racist. Oh boy, here we go. What are you going to say about a broken, tossed-away mug that you dug out of the garbage? But it was in the trash. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A pitiful cabbage of white and yellow papers hanging from plastic board, barely held together by a metal clip. This sad display is made complete by the... There's a piece of toilet. It's a metaphor. Thank you, waterlogged. Below the pathetics? It's just toilet paper sticking to the back of the plastic clipboard. You can take it off. It's still wet. The toilet paper peels off the plastic easily. All you have to do is shake it off with your finger and voila, an aluminium block runs the width of the board. The surface is interrupted by a silvery sticker.
What? Yes, halogen watermark used for adding information to RCM property. It depends, aside from an anti-counterfeiting...
How many years you've been on the force, he's thinking. It'll have that.
Any capable light with the right wavelength. All RCM vehicles have had lights.
This means you can read...
Okay.
While a bunch of... They're not exactly white. They're yellowed in patches. By sun. Once in a while, there's a red stamp that exclaims... Case file. Work, strife, poverty, the Jamrock Quarter. These are handwritten. It's the middle of March. You have attempted 2 cases a week on average.
Huh? 2 complex cases to undertake is a lot, yes. You really have to push yourself. I would not suggest it, lest you start making mistakes. 2? That's a lot. I didn't mean to say you are making mistakes, by the way. That was present. I prefer a normal caseload. It's...
Like a fan of girls, the checkered page... Yes, it appears you employ a title, one might say even. One that draws inspiration from snoop fiction and vespertine cop show staples. Yes, all caps. One is called, others appear more light-hearted. The guys on a couch in an unexpected location, and the murder at the Ukar parlor. Even the rare article-free collapsing tenement. Murder, it's going to take an effort to piece these case files together, but it can be done. Once you're done...
You mean the alphanumeric? Officer, precinct, time of arrival at the scene? Oh, you mean the titular? Yes, well, so do I. In our defense, it's a holdover from the early days of the RCM. Right after the revolution, when the organization had little idea how to do... Again, in your defense, I seem to have named one... the man with the hole in his head. That was a real person. His death was real. Still, I named it that. To amuse me. I pray his loved ones never find out. Rail spiked through the head. He died. It was a workplace accident.
There is, for precisely one more. 15 pages near the end remain the tasks you've completed flow out of the kind green ape pen in a brash free hand. Inspect the get the body, interview the... It's not exactly poetry. But poetry would be a satisfying slash sounds across things to be done and things.
No, actually. Any ideas? Great. That's great. That's actually what I was thinking too. I'm going to start calling it the Hanged Man. It's good we sorted this out.
You don't exactly close them, so much as distance yourself from the smelly papers. They're a little further from your nose now. In the back, you then rip them from the binder and hand them out. 3. The topmost are misconduct fines. You don't have to be an intellectual giant to do police work. A monetary penalization, but they appear. These are quite sinister in tone. They 12 pages of thin copy. Yes, all that remains now is to fill those full. The rest of the stinking set, it's made of dark blue plastic. Blue. The blue heart. Something rattles inside, ever so lightly. The plastic shimmers like lap with your hands. You 4-sized pages hang from the clip. The acidic stench of rotting food is rubbed off on the cellulose. It now forms the base of the experience. This base, arson, petty theft, you don't exactly close. It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of The 2 sides of the board appear slightly. The slides snap back into place. It should be possible to just, you know. Without resistance or sound, 2 ticket stubs and a handmade postcard. 2 octopuses are smiling, reaching their tentacles toward each other in the colored pencil drawings. The tickets permit access to the zoo in Revachol East. The thin wax paper has been glued to a piece of cardboard. Sounds like leaves rustling when you pick it up. You see violet flowers. It smells of a touch of cinnamon, the end of summer. You think the label says, familiar handwriting lines the inside of the card. Looped, a young woman in her 20s. There is care, effort, and a smile. Harry, it begins. You're already reading. I wanted to write you a letter. Throw it away, please. Your hand shakes, holding the card. Every morning when I step out and you're asleep behind me, it says, I find a little piece of sadness in me. Every step I take, it grows. By the time I reach the fuel station, it has filled me entirely. I step onto the light rail and look back. Sparks fall from the bow collector. You. Every step I take will get lighter. It almost makes me run. Sometimes, kisses. You feel the air sucked out of your lungs and the blood sucked out of your head. Everything around you gets dark. Sparks fall like snow from the bow collector. A streetcar distancing. You feel the ledger slip from your hand. No, hold on. To what?
Detective, is everything all right?
There is nothing. Again. Nothing sad, brother. No treachery, just blackout. Well, almost nothing. There is the ground below you.
It's the ledger you found in the trash. A cabbage of papers hanging from the board, with the permeables drawer inside. It's barely held together by a clip. Is not what you end up doing. The ledger quivers in your hand. As the acid